Hello, 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 hello. It is Monday. Another Monday in June. Hold on. Yeah, it's June, right? Yeah, it's June. Another Monday in June. I think it's the second or third one. Hope you've enjoyed your third Monday in June. Today we'll do something a little bit different compared to the last few days. Today will be about hair particles. We talked about it probably two weeks ago, not 2 years, 2 weeks ago. But I wanted to make like an actual tutorial out of it. Last week we started creating the female org, piece. We talked about how to sculpt, or my workflow on how to sculpt realistic human or realistic characters. And then afterwards we also went over how to sculpt realistic or, realistic hairstyles. So today, using the hair sculpt that we have, we're gonna use that and create the final hairstyle using hair particles. That's gonna be the topic for today, probably even for tomorrow, because the hairstyle is quite vast, quite big. It takes a little bit longer to really, set up. So it's probably gonna take, 1 or 2 days, maybe even 3 or 2.5. So today's gonna be part 1 of how to create a realistic hairstyle using hair particles in Blender. Let's go to the summary. Hello, 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 hello. So you can see right there, those are the 2 topics for today. And if you only want to see one of these 2, maybe you want to see the 30-minute quick sketch, or you want to see the modeling a realistic hairstyle topic, there's going to be timestamps in the description, so you can jump right into the topic that you want to see. Of course, first of all, being the 30-minute quick sketch, where we create a 30-minute sketch, I guess. And then afterwards, we're going to go into the topic. The first topic, or the first, the quick sketch is probably going to take roughly, I would say, probably like 1 hour, maybe 50 minutes. And then afterwards, after post-production, sculpting, and the posting of the image, we're going to go to the hairstyle. Today, we're going to sculpt an octopus. This might be actually a pretty complex piece, especially in 30 minutes, but we'll see how far we can get. Blender's already ready. Let's go to Blender. There you go. Do I need anything else? Oh, my graphics tablet. There you go. Oh, hold on. Okay. I'm ready. Timer's ready as well. Do I need anything else? I don't think so. So I would say we can go right into it. So we have as much time as possible for the hairstyle. The hairstyle is probably going to take quite a while, as I said before. So I want to have as much time as possible working on that and not working on anything else. So, do I need... yeah. Oh, hold on. Where's my reference? I need to scale that down so it doesn't really interfere with anything. There you go. Make it smaller. Oh, hold on. The window's too big, so I'm just resizing it right now. Oh, misclicked. There you go. Perfect. So, today being an octopus, I definitely need some references. I've used references for basically all of my quick sculpts, but this one is probably the one that I needed the most, because it's such a complex, I guess, shape, the full octopus. I'm not only just gonna do the head, because I don't really know where to separate it from the head to the arms, I guess. I'm just gonna do the full thing. So yeah, 1 2 3 octopus have 8, right? 1 2 3 4 seems about right. Perfect. Okay, let's go into sculpting and do some settings before we start. No, we don't need this. We need dynamic topology. We don't need subdivide collapse. We need constant detail with subdivide collapse. Not relative detail, but constant detail. Let's set it to 20 to begin with. Symmetry. Do we need symmetry? We can probably work with some symmetry. Yeah, definitely. This will definitely make everything way faster. Okay. I think we're ready. I think we're ready to do the quick sketch for today. Yesterday was quick sketch number 140. I did a sleepy otter. So if you want to see that, you can go to Instagram or Facebook or whatever. Twitter. Okay. I think I'm ready. So let's go. Where's my timer? There you go. I would say quick sketch in 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. Okay, so let's begin. We have the good old blob. So first thing first, of course, we need the head. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this longer first. That's gonna be the bottom part, the brain part of the octopus. And then we need the head. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go in here, grab the small piece right there, and make it bigger. Oh, that's a little bit too little. There you go. Make it wider. There you go. Pull it up a little bit, and then I need to pull it down as well, just to, you know, get some more geometry. There you go. Okay. So the eyes, of course, look kind of weird right now, but we're just working on it. So let me see. I have a few references that I take inspiration from, just to kind of see where everything needs to go. So after the eyes, it goes actually quite wide. Again, just because of all the arms that need to connect to somewhere. There you go. This one needs to be wide as well. Oh, that's too wide. There you go. I'm using the snake hook a lot, just because it's easier to, you know, pull more geometry out rather than using, I don't know, the clay strip tool or whatever. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna make it wider. So we have one. There you go. We need one more right there. And then, hold on, how many do we have? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm gonna split this up into 2, so that we have like one right there. Okay, there you go. Gonna make this a little bit smaller here. Pull it up. Okay, perfect. So those are the 4 arms. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold on, this one in the middle looks weird. We need to split this one up as well. So I'm gonna pull these a little bit further back. There you go. No, actually this one stays there. And then we need to, hold on. Oh, we actually need to pull this further to the front, so I can pull out one more. There you go. Perfect. Look at that. I'm gonna pull this down, and I'm gonna split this into 2. There you go. Look at that. That's an octopus. There you go. Pull it just a little bit further up. Everything needs to be in the right place. There you go. Perfect. Okay. The arms kind of spread out like a dress, in all directions the same way. There you go. Okay, perfect. Let me grab my clay strips tool so I can just refine this part a little bit, and then we can go into the arms. Of course, the arms need a little bit more work as well. First of all, though, I'm gonna have the head. There you go. Need some more room. I mean, some more here as well. Just kind of giving these arms some more volume. Then these middle parts a little bit less, because these middle parts are actually quite thin. They look kind of like basically like a dress. There you go. That's always fun to see when you do these quick sketches, or overall just sketches of something you've never really looked at before. You kind of see it from a different perspective, just because it's kind of you really inspect and see the whole thing from a different, I guess, perspective, because you have to see, or have to kind of take in all the details, all the structural details, all the anatomical details, to really sculpt something, the right way. So you analyze how this form goes into the next one, or how, I don't know, how the individual parts of the body merge into each other, how they split, and all of that. So this is very helpful, not only to really give you a better understanding of whatever you sculpt, whether it is like an animal, a human, or whatever, but it also gives you a nice you know, just a better look or a new look on a lot of things. Like this octopus, like for example. There you go. Okay, I think the head is quite big. Hold on. I want to make this longer, first of all. There you go. Okay, that's better. The head was just proportionally bigger than everything else. I'm going to make it just a little bit smaller, probably. Also a little bit thinner. There you go. It is also actually quite round. What I'm missing right now is the bottom part right here. So let's put that in. Basically, I think when they breathe, looks like that's the thing, like the tube coming off of their body. There you go. Let's see. So we're gonna put it there. I'm gonna use my edge to crease tool to create the tube opening. I need bigger, stronger brushes. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Gonna smooth it just a little bit. Oh, actually no, I'm not gonna smooth it. Otherwise the tube is gonna merge into the body, which doesn't really look that good. There you go. Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. We can change it later. But I think this part needs to be a little bit bigger, thicker. There you go. Perfect. Scale it. I mean, smooth it. There you go. Okay. The eyes. I think we need some more, just a little bit more over here. First of all, what I want to put in is a bottom eyelid. So let's put in some more volume over here. There you go. Nice cheek. There you go. We can probably make this tube a little bit bigger. Okay, perfect. Give this octopus a little bit more structure. There you go. Smooth it out. Of course, the octopus being very smooth doesn't really make sense to keep it rough. There you go. Let's grab the grab brush and create a nice eye hole. Probably going to use separate eyes as well, just because it's a little bit easier to sculpt without the eye and then put them in later. This way you can kind of create the structure a little bit better, especially when it comes to the eyelashes, or eyebrows, not eyelashes. There you go, make it smaller. Push it further in. There you go. Getting kind of warm in here. Of course, now it's getting, you know, we're getting to the summertime. It's getting warmer. Not only, you know, in my room, but outside as well. Of course, it wouldn't be warm in my room if it wasn't warmer outside. There you go. I'm gonna give them a little bit more character, I think. So I'm gonna pull this one a little bit further out, like this. I also need to shape this one first. Hold on. There you go. Looks like a star. Perfect. Gonna make this deeper. I also need to activate front faces only. Otherwise we're gonna destroy the sculpt on very thin parts. There you go. Make it thinner right here. Gonna dig deeper. Okay, I think that's enough. Is it? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Okay, perfect. Of course, an octopus has a mouth as well. We're going to put that in later, though. So I'm going to create these tentacles. Make them ready to be expanded. Make them flat. Actually, I don't even need to. I think that's pretty good. Okay, so this one will be pulled out. The one... there you go. This one will actually go forward. Like this. And this one will go in. So I'm going to pull this one a little bit further in like this. Push it in. There you go. Okay. There you go. This one is quite thin, so I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. There you go. This one, just going to, you know, adjust the shape for all of them. This one is quite thin, so I'm going to make it bigger. And these ones are also quite thin. There you go. Okay, let me grab the first pair. This one in the front. Grab it, invert it, and grab the arm, the tentacle. Should I do them individually? That'll just take longer. How much time do I have left? 20 minutes? You know what? Why not? Why don't I just, you know, do them individually? So I need to disable symmetry now. There you go. So we can work on this individually. So all the arms look different. There you go. We're gonna grab the snake hook and create a nice arm down here. Zip. Oh, that's too close. Oh. There you go. Oh, that's too wide. There you go. That's the first arm. Is it too short? I don't know. It's too short. Let's try again. Dude, it's getting quite warm in here. Usually I have my ventilator, but the ventilator is just too loud. My microphone would just pick it up. So I decided to deactivate it. Oh. There you go. I think that's better. I need to make it bigger though. So we're gonna give it some more volume over here. Actually, no, it gets quite thin. I forgot that it actually gets quite thin in the end. So we can actually keep it like this. We just need to put in these, what are they called? These suction cups a little bit later. There you go. Do the same in front here. Grab my snake hook, pull it forward. Actually, yeah, should I? No, I'm gonna pull it to the side, I think. There you go. Oh, that's too big. Oh, yeah, that's the hardest part about this snake hook tool. It kind of pushes into itself, so I have to make the brush smaller at some point. I could just, you know, scale it, smooth it to make it thinner. There you go. Let's do the next one. This one right here. Grab this one right there. Perfect. Gonna invert it, and then we're gonna probably push it forward. Let's do that. Grab it. Not too big. Maybe like this. There you go. Actually, I'm gonna push it to this side, actually. Like in this direction. There you go. And then in. Okay. Yeah, I think I need to push these, I don't know, the skirt higher. But I'm gonna do that later. First of all, I'm gonna, you know, create all the tentacles. Let's see how much time we have left when that's done. There you go. Okay, of course, I don't think they're all, like, you know, the same length, but I don't know if that really is that important for this quick sketch. Just trying to get, you know, the shape right and the overall, you know, look, so that it looks like an octopus rather than being the perfect anatomically correct octopus. That isn't really the biggest focus right here. This one will actually go down like this. We need a few more, actually quite a few more. So we're gonna make this a little bit quicker. There you go. Grab my sculpt, what is it? The snake hook brush. And then, let's see. Gonna pull this out. And then we back in. Like this maybe? Okay. Few more. Grab this. Getting quite tight here, this space where you can put all these tentacles. Well, that shouldn't be the biggest problem. We should still have enough space or room to put them all in here. So where could we place you? You could maybe go up, actually. Like this. This might be pretty long, but who cares? There you go. We need another one. Grab it, make a mask. There you go. Invert. Grab the tentacle. We could put this in, maybe, like this. There you go. Okay, next one. We have two more. That shouldn't be too hard. Let's grab this one. Invert it. Grab my snake hook. Oh, welcome back, Jordan. Hope you've enjoyed your weekend. Hopefully, or for me, it was pretty warm. Maybe for you it was less so. Or maybe you enjoy warmth quite a bit. Currently working on the quick sketch for today. Doing an octopus, as you can see. I don't think the tentacles are long enough, but you know, that's just how it is. Sometimes you fail and you have to accept your failure. Okay, there you go. One more. I can probably fix this, at least somewhat. This one will go out. There you go. Okay. Gonna pull it up like this, just so I can have some more room for the tentacles themselves. I need to smooth it a little bit. There you go. As I said before, it kind of looks like a skirt. That's what I want to keep here, the look. Especially here. Hold on. Give it some asymmetry now that we don't have any anymore, so we can, you know, it looks a little bit more natural. Pull it up like this. We have a few more over here. There you go. This side as well. Oh, what did I press? Did I press the angle setting? I don't know. I don't even know what the angle really does. Who cares? It still works the same. Okay. You know what? I'm going to push this just a little bit further in to give it like a full asymmetry. There you go. Okay, let's adjust the eyes a little bit. I think the eyes look kind of flat right now, so I'm going to give it some more volume in the front. There you go. Wait. Oh. What happened there? Do I have... Oh, front face is disabled. There you go. Oh, we have the same problem over here. Just gonna fix that real quick. There you go. Smooth it out. Perfect. Okay. I think I want to make the eyes just a little bit bigger. There you go. Pull it out. Perfect. Okay, how much time do we have? 12 minutes left. Perfect. Let me do a few adjustments here. So what I want to really focus on now is I want to kind of enhance the look that these arms actually look like arms. That just, I guess have these, what are they called? This webbing between them. So I'm going to define the arms, these individual arms, just a little bit with the creasing brush. There you go. Make the webbing in the middle also just a little bit thinner. We're probably going to do the bottom as well. We don't really see it in the end, but I think I want to, you know, just, I guess, do the whole body, not only the part that we can see. There you go. Go over here. Give this some more definition. We need to merge these ones as well. Sometimes they look kind of, you know, kind of as if they're two pieces because we extended them later. So by just adding just a little bit more geometry and creating like a nice gradient, it looks better. There you go. This one was kind of flat, so I'm gonna give it some more volume right here. Perfect. We have some more arms to define. He has some nice toned arms you've been working out. Over here as well. Adding more geometry and smoothing it. Okay, a few more arms and then we're done with the arms, or the tentacles rather. Oh no, we have to do one more thing. We have to add all the you know, what are they called? These what, suction cups or whatever I called it. Okay, there you go. Perfect. Okay, this looks pretty good already. I'm gonna save it right there. Number 141. Gonna make a quick folder. There you go. New, oh, there you go, rename it. Okay, there you go. Let's go to the individual arms. We need to add these, what are they called? Hold on, I need to know this. The burl? Burl sounds weird. Is that is that the right word? I don't know. Okay, let's add them now. I'm gonna increase the resolution actually, so it's easier to do that. We're probably gonna go to, oh, not 1000. That 1000 is definitely too much. What about 100? I need quite a lot of detail to put them in, because otherwise it's just gonna look pretty weird. Okay, this should work. This should work. There you go. Very, very easy. Very simple. I don't know if we have enough time to do that on all of them, so I'm gonna do it a little bit quicker, just to kind of, you know, hint that they're there. Doesn't really need to be fully, I guess, evolved. Just, you know, a little bit more detail here. There you go. Maybe even increase the strength so it's easier to add them. This really brings this to the next level, I guess. Turn it less from, you know, turn it away from a more comic-like, I guess, octopus to a more realistic octopus with all these, what are the, I don't even know what they're called. I'm not even gonna attempt to guess. There you go. You know, today isn't even that warm, but somehow, I don't know, it's still so warm in here. Maybe I should open a window. The problem is then that you might be able to hear the car sounds outside. Welcome back, Ronak. Hope you had a great day. Hope you enjoyed your weekend. Hopefully it was as warm for you as it was for me. We went on a bike trip on Sunday. It was actually quite enjoyable. It wasn't too warm, so that even if you know, just stand somewhere, you would, you know, start to sweat. If you know, drive, you would have that nice wind, which would actually cool you. Not really, you know. The sun isn't, or the air isn't as dry that you would, you know, just, or actually wet, so that you would, you know, just sweat no matter what you do. It was actually quite enjoyable. 7 minutes, okay. Working on the quick sketch right now, and then afterwards we're gonna go over my, oh, okay, yeah. You're right. Is it never really like I guess cold over there? Do you have snow? You know, I know that in Australia people celebrate Christmas on the beach, like with warm weather. So I guess it's the same for you. Actually, it was quite warm for us as well, despite being like in the middle of the world, like near the equator. It was still pretty warm. But actually last year was actually there was actually quite some snow, more than the last few years, which was pretty enjoyable. Okay, that'll take a while, but let's see how far we can get here. Oh, okay, yeah. It is actually quite rare for us now to see snow as well. I remember seeing old photos with way more. You know, basically every year there was like half a meter of snow, but now it's actually went down. So at least you're used to warm weather. For us, it's either, you know, when it's winter, it's, you know, snowy or cold anyway. And then for like what feels like a third of the year, you have semi, or no, hold on. Yeah, you freeze for 2/3 of the year, and then the last third you would have summer. And then maybe like usually you would have like rainy days, and then it gets cold again. It's kind of weird. You never really have it like super warm for like extended periods of time. I think the only, you know, the worst part about the summer for me at least is that I'm how do you call it? It's I'm allergic to, I guess, certain flowers or certain, you know, pollen. Yeah. So it gets quite cold sometimes, but it's not really, it's similar to the desert, I guess. Is there snow in the desert? I wonder. That it, you know, when the sun isn't shining and it would be like rainy, it would still get cold, but you wouldn't have really snow somewhere because it wouldn't get that cold. Oh. There you go. Okay, we have 4 minutes left. We've done 4. No, 5. Oh, we might be able to finish all of them. There you go. Oh, okay. What's your question? Hit me. I'm just doing these knobs right here. Have nothing else to do, so ask me a question. There you go. So what I do for these quick sketches usually is I try to stick to only the sculpting tools, just so I, you know, can kind of, I don't know, I like to stay in one, I guess, tab. I could also switch to, of course, the other, you know, the modeling, I guess, section, but I like to just sculpt everything and then bring in eyes later, just to kind of, you know, I guess smooth out my workflow and get better, or, you know, warm up. That's basically the main reason why I do it. So I don't really, I could do that, but I think this just, I don't know, makes it more fluent, the whole workflow. So I decided to stay in here. And I think they also look a little bit more dynamic, I guess, using you know, asymmetrical sculpting. I think if I just duplicated 1 or maybe 2 or 3, maybe of course the more you have and then duplicate, the easier it'll be, but I think overall it'll be just, you know, it just looks a little bit more natural and more like one single object, or animal rather. There you go. We have 1 minute 36. Can we, oh, we have 3 more. Okay, well that probably will not be. Okay, let's see if we can speedrun this. A few more here. Oh, actually, this one's quite short. Let's see. There we go. Today we're gonna not only go through my hair workflow, but we're gonna create a full hairstyle. Maybe not the, you know, we're gonna start creating the full hairstyle for the orc that we started last week. So we're gonna start the hairstyle today. Good thing is we have a reference with the sculpt, so we don't have to kind of make up or think about how the hairstyle is structured. We just have to follow the hairstyle that is already there, sculpted. We have to follow the scope and basically just replace it with the hair particles. So that's what we're gonna start today, maybe even finish tomorrow, or the day after. You stopped using Blender. Why did you do that? Was it too frustrating, or did you just not find a good... Oh, okay. when you're rendering, or just overall? I know my Blender crashes sometimes. 8 seconds. Okay, well, I know my Blender crashes sometimes, but that's pretty sparingly. But mostly when I sculpt, or maybe because I've sculpted so much, I only, see it there. There you go. Okay, we have one missing, but that's okay. Perfect. Let's go to here. Layout. So I think the tentacles are quite short, but that would take too long to fix. So that's it. Let's remove the timer. There you go. Why I wear headphones? I mean, to hear the sound of my PC, to listen to some music. The same music you hear, I hear as well. So, and that's usually just how I work on my PC. Yeah. I wonder if there are any optimizations you could do for your crashing problem, or if you can only do certain parts, do certain, I don't know, just look for optimizations so you can at least work with it if you like it. There you go. Yeah, I'm listening to the song, or the music that is playing in the background. I don't know if it's too quiet or not. Hold on. I think that's pretty good. Maybe we can make it a little bit louder. Hold on. There you go. Let's see. That's a little bit louder. I think that's, just a little bit better. There you go. Oh, okay. So you're just trying to keep it alive as long as possible, basically. Yeah, I think working with laptops is probably the hardest way to work with Blender, just because you don't really have that much performance, so you can do very limited stuff. I could even just imagine like, oh well, let's do some simulations. Oh wait, okay, well we could go to sculpting. Oh wait, well we could do some poly modeling. Oh, let me just let me add some subdivision. Oh wait. Yeah, I think that can get quite annoying at some point. Yeah. Oh wait, I didn't even scope the mouth. Well, that's just how it is, I guess. Just completely forgot. Tentacles were more important. Yeah. Maybe there's other 3D software you could use that is... Oh, maybe SketchUp might be something you could, at least use for an alternative that isn't super demanding. I don't know how it really works, but as much as I've seen, it looks less intense for, or less performance required. What? Performance... It requires less performance. Maybe that's an alternative that could work. I've never used it, so I can't really say too much about it. But maybe, at least you can follow your 3D passion. we need some lighting first. There you go. Append. What do we have here? We have my quick sketch number 126. There you go. Where's my... Oh, the eyes need to go. There you go. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Do we need some adjustments? Oh, this looks pretty good already. I like the lighting. Maybe we could move this one over here more. Oh, we also have to mirror this part. Okay. You mean getting a new laptop or getting a new PC, or do you mean... Ah, okay. Oh, you won a tournament. Oh, nice. Was it like a 3D tournament? Or... Ah, okay. Maybe, yeah. Might be hard right now, but I don't know. Maybe you could do like a, you know... Ah, oh, nice. You could do, you know, some sort of part-time job or whatever to just save up just a little bit more. I don't know. Might be a little bit hard right now, but, you know, later. There you go. Okay, let's do... Oh, hold on. I want to rotate this a little bit more as well, just to kind of get some different lighting directions. I actually like this one. I'm going to keep it. Oh, yeah, custom PC. Well, yeah. I mean, if you build it yourself, then at least you can save some money, but it's definitely better than a laptop, that's for sure. We need the shader as well. Hold on. Welcome, Atherin. Hope you had a great day. Today, I used that box to create a custom background. So, so I always like to have some sort of gradient in the background, and this box can give me like different types of, I guess, gradients, or like a different structure in the background. That's why I basically, or usually use it. So if I, for example, pull it closer here, you can see the background kind of changes, or, you know, just the background kind of changes in the look, I guess. If you pull it further away, you can see it gets darker. If you pull it closer, you can get like a nice gray. And this way I can just, yeah, have a, I guess more interesting looking background for this sketch. There you go. I need the material. Oh, national. Oh, okay, nice. And then you won a tournament and get some cash. Sounds pretty cool. I mean, do you still play football? Could it be that there's like another tournament that you could win in and get some more cash? Yeah, that looks pretty good. Perfect. Oh, hold on. Let me adjust this a little bit. Maybe we have some... No, I think that's pretty good already. Okay. Save it. 50%. Oh, yeah. Nope. Keep it there. Okay. Let's do the render first. The sketch render. Oh, okay. There you go. I mean, do you have a plan how you can, I guess, get some more money? Or is it just right now the current situation that you just have to wait, I guess? Or that you can't use Blender for a while? There you go. Actually, I want to stand as fast as possible because I'm just sweating into my seat here. Hold on, let me. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's do the. Oh, hold on. Should I make this black? This eye? Let's see what that looks like. I think the eye should be black. Let's see. Oh. Or dark, you know, like this. I think that's pretty cool. There you go. Okay. Full render power times 8. Save it. Maybe you can, you know, download some more RAM for your laptop. Or you could, I don't know. I guess you've probably tried everything imaginable, like optimizing, I guess, your PC or whatever. But usually it doesn't really do that much anyway, so yeah. Okay, let's do the final render. And then we can go into Photoshop and finish this quick sketch. Yeah. A gaming zone? What is that? Is that a like a shop or whatever? Or is that another, you know, online tournament environment? Or yeah, no, that doesn't really work. Maybe you could find some cheaper, you know, PCs right now online. I don't know. I'm just trying to find some sort of, you know. Will you play PC games or you mean plays? I guess play. So it's like an arcade, you know, like an arcade shop, but with PC and PlayStation games. Sounds pretty cool. We don't really have that here. We just have, I guess, we don't even have really arcades. You know, I remember seeing them in when I was like on a vacation. But oh, welcome Matthew. Hope you had a great day, maybe a great weekend. Maybe it's just as warm where you are, like it is for me right now. I'm sweating into my seat, so I'm trying to get this done so I can stand up again. Today we're gonna do the full, I guess you can see it, but we're gonna do the full particle hair workflow. Last week we've done sculpting hair, and then today we'll start the particle hair workflow. We're gonna establish like the main flow first, as we've done for the sculpt, and then we're gonna go into more detail. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense then. So it's similar to like an arcade. When you know, think back later or earlier, no, later? Wait. Back then when you had like all these arcade games, you couldn't really buy them because they're so big. Why would you buy like an arcade game? So you would just go to an arcade and play there. That's like a similar, I guess, concept. Sounds pretty cool as a job. Sounds pretty chill. Maybe you could even sneak in some games while you work when nobody's looking. $141. Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah, I remember seeing these, like, they're probably a little bit different, but you know, these arcade games with these I guess more elaborate, I guess, games. They aren't really similar to normal, I guess, console games. They're more these physical games where you know put in the coin and then or the token, and then you can play for like a round, and then if you get points, they print you out these tickets, and then if you have enough tickets, you can buy some stuff with those tickets. I remember I got a plushie from one of those arcade games. I was very proud, or at least we played for like I don't even know, like an hour or so till we got it. Okay, let's go to Photoshop. Hold on, let me import the image first. You can maybe already, you know, suggest a name for this quick sketch. It can be anything. Last one with the sleeping otter was called Chillin'. I can't remember what the other one was. There you go. Go into... Wait, where am I? There you go. Photoshop. There you go. Okay, let's do some adjustments here. We go first and use probably contrast. I don't want to make the background too dark, so I'm going to only use contrast. It'll make the background darker as well, but if I don't increase it too much, it should be good. Like this. I think that's pretty cool. I don't even know if we need to do more. I think that looks pretty good already. We could maybe go into selective color correction and just bump down the grays just a little bit. Like that, just to give it a little bit more structure. I think that's pretty cool. And then we need the fingerprint texture. There you go. 3K, of course. Okay. Set it to add. There you go. And set it to 50%. There you go. Yeah, good thing is now that we have the sculpted hair, it'll be just way easier to create the particle here as well. Because we have a good, you know, reference and guide. We can kind of estimate how much, you know, what the volume looks, and then in the end we're not going to have like the problem of, oh well, now this looks too big, or you know, we have way more hair over there, I need to remove it, and then it can get quite hard. I actually found a new trick, how you can add better, or you know, how you can more easily add hair and save some time. So this will actually probably save us quite a lot of time, if it goes, you know, how I think it'll go. Okay, let's save this first, and then I'm gonna export it, I'm gonna upload it, and then we're gonna go into today's topic. I think I'm going to call it Big Brain, the quick sketch. Okay, yeah, you enjoy the rest of your day, Ronak. Welcome, or thanks for joining. And chatting. There you go. Oh, I'm in the wrong folder. Hold on. Creative Cloud, we need to go to Blender. There you go. Do this quickly. I need to import it into my phone, of course, as well. And then you're going to see the good old compilation while I upload my image. And then we're going to go into today's topic. Loose brain. Oh, okay. I'm gonna use that. There you go. JPEG. Perfect. Okay, let's go back to Blender and open up today's project. But what was it called? There it is. Female Orc version 1A. Haha. See, we already have the hair. So all we need to do now is convert this into real hair, or you know, realer looking hair. We're gonna do the same, of course, with the eyebrows as well, but that'll come later. This will actually be quite interesting because we have these cuts in here. So we'll see how we can do that. Oh yeah. Import it into my phone, and then you're going to see the good old compilation, and then we're going to go into the tutorial, or the workflow rather. There you go. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay. So you're gonna see a 3-minute compilation. And then once that's done, we're gonna start with the workflow. I said it multiple times now. And yeah, I'll keep my word. We're gonna continue in 3 minutes. So hope you enjoy the compilation. And yeah, I'll see you then. There you go. And we're back. Let's go to the topic number 2. We already have the model. So now what we're going to do is we'll recreate or turn the hair into actual hair. There you go. Okay, so let's begin at the beginning. How do you recreate or turn this hair into particle hair? First of all, what is particle hair actually? So particle hair is basically, they're basically paths. Particle hair works like a system, or particle hair is a system. What I mean by that is you create the system and then you can add individual particles, parent particles, to a surface, so they basically go out of that surface like hair, they spring out of it, and then you can add children particle that follow the main particle, the parent particle. If we go into the system, you can add new hair particles over here, hold on, right there. You can see we have a nice, what is it called? Particle properties window, where you can add not only a normal particle emitter system, but also a particle hair system. You can see what it looks like. If we switch to hair, it already adds hair. But that's not how we're going to use it. Excuse me. So, how do we use it? It's actually pretty simple, at least the beginning. We need to basically create a new, I guess, hair source. We could use So if you hide this, we could use the head as the hair source, because that would make the most sense. Hair comes out of the head, so it would make sense that we use the hair, or you know, the head as the source. The biggest problem with that is though that the hair particles will take the shader that is applied to the surface as their own shader. So if we now add hair to this one here, and we make the skin green, because it's an orc, the hair will be green as well. So to change that, and so you can have an orc with, you know, green skin and brown hair, we need to create a second mesh that we can then use to grow the hair out of. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a second layer of skin that is underneath the main skin, so that we can use that for the hair. It's pretty simple. What we're going to do, we're going to first determine where we need the hair, which would be first of all for the eyebrows, like here. The selection can be quite big, it doesn't really matter that much. We just need to, you know, have enough vertices selected. So you can even go overboard with it. The only thing that I wouldn't do is just, I guess, duplicate the head, because there would be unnecessary vertices, or, you know, geometry. There you go. Also going to do the same in here. There you go. Okay, so now that we have a nice room for the eyebrows, we also need to do the same for the actual hair, the long hair. So let's grab a big selection over here, fill it up real nice and good. We don't need to select the hair, so I'm going to remove this part. Now I'm basically just trying to trace the, or you know, draw the hairline that we've introduced before. We can probably even bring it back, there you go, so we can kind of know where we need to start with the hair. There you go. Even bring it further to the front right here. There you go. Okay, now we have a nice hairline, so we can just draw around it. We can keep quite a big space right here, because we can, you know, we will add all these hair particles by our own, or, you know, ourselves. So it's a little bit easier by just having more geometry, because you know, you select where it'll come out of. So having more geometry just gives you more freedom. There you go. The most interesting part will probably be the braids, because braids, you know, creating braids with this kind of, I guess, hair system, particle hair, can be quite complicated. Maybe there's a better, I guess, alternative to what you know, to just using plain particle system. But I have a few ideas how we could do it with it, you know, with this particle system. So we'll try that first. Okay, let's remove the hair. I can't really see that much back here. Go around the ear right there, and then all the way down here. Of course, you can be quite lenient with the size, or you know, basically the size. Go quite far down just to have enough geometry right here. There you go. Now, of course, we need to fill the whole head, because we don't just want to spawn hair around the hairline. We want to spawn. We want to grow hair basically from, I guess, everywhere where we've marked here, inside of the hairline as well. So I'm going to select everything, and then I'm basically just going to duplicate the whole thing, and then separate the duplicated geometry from the main sculpt. This way we have a second, you know, a duplicate of what we just select here, and then we can use that as the hair source. We're also going to scale it smaller just a little bit, so the hair is actually growing out of the source, not really, you know, growing, I guess, you know, spawning on the surface, but actually from it coming out of the surface. I'm going to show you what I mean in a second. There you go. Oh, now everything's selected. Is everything selected? Oh, we have a few rascals over here. Let me go to vertices select. I think that's easy to see then if there are any problems. We could maybe even connect this. If you want to make like a very, very tiny unibrow, we can do that. There you go. Looks pretty good to me. Okay. So now that we have the head selected, the hair source, we can go ahead and duplicate this. Shift D, right click so it stays in the exact same spot. Then we press P, separate by selection. Takes a while, and there you go. Now we have a second version of the forehead, or the head itself. So we have the sculpt. I'm going to call it head. And then we have hair. There you go. So you can see right now it's exactly on top of each other. So what we're going to do is I'm going to select the hair geometry, and I'm just going to scale it down just a little bit, like maybe so you can't see it anymore, like this. There you go. Sometimes you have to make sure that you don't see the the geometry kind of poking through the skin here when you scale it down, depending on how much you've selected. But I think, yeah, there's no poking through, so we're good. Perfect. Now it's underneath the skin, as you can see right here. There's just a little bit of a gap. So now we can use this hair geometry to add the hair particle system to. There you go. That's not the hair particle system. That's the hair particle system. So that's the first step. Of course, separating the hair geometry from the head geometry. I'm going to just make a quick save right here. Hold on. Camera's quite low. There you go. Version 1. Let's call it 2B, 2A. There you go. Okay. So now we have the basic particle setting, particle system setting set up. What we need to do now is we can set it, do a few changes. Let's go through all of them first. So we have the number of hairs. What we see right here are only parent hairs. As I said before, you have parent hairs and you have children hair. Parent hair, I guess, the names kind of give it away, but parent hairs lead the way and children hairs follow the parent that they're either, closest to, or they're a part of, or, they have a specific parent that they follow. So we don't need regrow or advanced. Those ones are, I think, more for simulations and animations. What we need is emission. We have the number of parent particles. So if we set this to 1, you can see we only have one strand that just pokes out there. We can kind of set a value right here. The number of parent particles. I'm gonna, I guess, put it to 100 first. There you go. Then we have the seed. The seed basically changes the distribution, the random distribution of the hair particle. If I increase or decrease the seed, I don't even know if you can go to, okay, yeah. If I increase the seed, or change the seed basically, it changes the random distribution of all these hair particles. So you can, if you want to have a certain distribution, you can change it here. And then you have the hair length. Of course, that is quite self-explanatory. You can make the hair shorter or longer. We need quite long hair because, if you look at the hair, we need quite long hair. Oh, that's the wrong hair. This one. I'm going to delete this one. There you go. We can see this hair goes quite far down, so we need quite long hair, at least in the back. So I'm probably going to keep it at 4, actually. Yeah, I'm going to keep it at 4. Where am I? Oh, wrong system. There you go. Okay, so we have the length. Let's set it back to 4 for the standard setting. And then we have segments. Segments is pretty important, especially for long hair. The longer the hair, the more segments you need, because segments are basically the resolution of the hair. If you look at a, a curve, you have multiple points that connect the end point or the starting point with the end point. And if you want to curve, if you want to bend it, if you want to bend the curve or the, I guess the edge, then you need more vertices to display that edge. I can probably show you an example if I grab a good old cube. Nope, not a cube. I need a plane. Boom, move it over here. So if I go in here and turn these together like this, you can then see if I now want to bend it like this in a 180-degree angle, like this, you can see it doesn't really look smooth. What we can do against that, or what you can do to improve it, is you can add subdivision surface in this example, which will just add more segments basically. So the more segments you have, the smoother the hair will be. If you have like, I don't know, what is this? If this is the beginning, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 segments, or 5. I can't remember if the root counts as well. But you have 4 or 5 segments. If you add more segments, it'll just make the hair smoother. That is of course very important for long hair, because the longer the hair, the more segments you need to really make it wavy or whatever. So that's the reason why why segments exist. For shorter hair, I usually keep it at 8. It's quite hard to kind of estimate how much we need. I would say let's set it to 10 first. Of course, we have quite long hair, so it can be quite long, or it can require quite a lot of segments. But yeah, let's go with these settings. We have the source as well. I'm going to use faces. We could also use vertices or volume, but I'm going to use faces. Of course, volume just spawns it out of the volume is basically just the air that is inside of the source, the surface. Vertices, it just spawns it on vertices themselves. We will use faces, basically all over the surface. Distribution jittered, random, doesn't really do that much, but I guess they have kind of a certain look. I think random is just, I guess, more random than jittered. So yeah, these settings I usually just keep how they are, so we didn't have to change anything in here. Hair dynamics are to enable, I guess, hair simulations. If you want to simulate hair, you have some nice flowing hair, or you have some I don't know, you have some wind blowing into a character's hair or into a character's face, you would have to animate the hair. That's why you would use hair dynamics. You can activate it and then set some settings, but we don't need those for the hair right now. No, not really. Yeah, we've used them for the last piece because it was quite convenient to use there, but I think for this one we don't need it. We also have render. The render basically just determines how the hair will look when you render, the hair. Material comes from the material of the surface. Render as path, that's the standard setting. You could also use object, and then select a certain object. But if you want to use hair, or if you want to create a hairstyle, you would use path, and then collection, I guess, is another option. Okay, coordinates you don't really need to change anything in here except for the steps. Let's set that to 10 as well. That's basically just so for the beginning you basically determine the parent particle segments. In the render settings you determine how many segments will be displayed in the render, and then you also have the viewport display settings where you also have strand steps. We put that to 10 as well, just so we can see the same resolution that we can then see in the render. It might be a little bit slower if you have more strand steps, but it also just looks better. So if you can afford it, it's good. It's a good option to activate. Timing and extra isn't really, I haven't really played with those settings, but I think they're mostly for simulation, so they don't really concern me right now, at least. Okay, and then we also have one more setting that you can or cannot, or that you can or should even deactivate when you create these hair particle system, which is show emitter. This little box right here. Show emitter basically hides or unhides the surface. What I mean is, if I go into render view and I hide the head, you can see the surface that we duplicated is still there. If you now press show emitter on both viewport display here, you can see only the hair will be rendered. So if you, for example, have geometry poking through the surface, you can also just deactivate show emitter, and then it's not going to show anymore. I usually do that always just because it's easier to avoid any mistakes. So yeah, deactivate show emitter, untick the box. And then we go to, I guess, the most interesting aspect of the hair particle simulations, which is the children settings. We have no children, which we have right now. We have simple children, that looks like this. And then we also have interpolated children. We can see they look quite different. Let's go through the two settings individually. So the simple settings, simple children, basically they have two different rules, or how they spawn and how they behave. Simple children spawn around a specific parent particle. Like if you have the parent particle right here, then there will be, you know, in a certain radius, there will children will spawn around the parent particle and you know, closely follow the shape of the parent particle. So if you have like an S-shaped parent particle, the children particle will have the exact same S shape as well. Interpolated works a little bit differently. They don't, you know, the interpolated children don't spawn exactly around in a radius around a parent particle. They spawn randomly all over the surface, just like the parent particles do. And they look around basically and determine the closest parent particle that is, you know, that is closest to them. And the closest parent particle that, the parent particle that is closest to them will be the determining factor on how the children particle will I guess shape itself. My favorite example is if you have like a parent particle that goes in this direction, you have a parent particle that goes in this direction, and you have like one children particle right in the center, one interpolated children particle. It would just go straight because, you know, one parent particle is dragging in this direction, one parent particle is dragging in this direction, so it would just be straight. If you would have like a whole row of interpolated children, you would have basically this. So they, you know, if this hair is closer to this hair with the parent particle here, then it'll just, you know, adhere to its shape. If it's further away, it's going to adhere to the other one. That's how interpolated children work. For this example, or for this hairstyle, we will probably only use simple hair particles because most of the time they're just easier to manage. Interpolated children work very well for fur or shorter hair. So I've used interpolated children for the other hairstyle that I've done 2 weeks ago, Dream's Real Face, where I you know, he has quite short hair on the side, or I gave him quite short hair on the side. So you can also just use interpolated children for that, which is what I've done, because then you don't have, you know, it's just easier. It's easier to get a nice distribution going. But for this one, to have more control for this hairstyle, we're going to use simple children. You can see the difference immediately, you know, randomly placed, and then we have placed around a certain radius. Okay, so because we're going to use simple children, we're going to go through all these settings. They're quite similar. The only difference in the main settings is that you have the radius setting here as well, and the size, I think. Yeah, size as well. Let's go through them. Display amount just changes how many children particle you see in the viewport in the render. I usually like to keep it close to what you can see in the render as well, just so you can kind of gauge how dense it'll be in the end. But if you're really, you know, if your PC is struggling, which mine will probably do in the end when we have like almost the whole, you know, hairstyle done, then I likely reduce the display amount as well, just to kind of render it faster than, or, you know, display it faster than with it on full maximum render amount or display amount. So I'm gonna put it to 100 first so I can see the density. Oh, you can see it's already way denser. We don't even need that much, I think, so I'm gonna decrease it actually, maybe to 25. There you go, 25. And then we have the next settings. The next settings will be the length. The length basically determines randomly there will be hair that'll be shorter than the parent hair. So you have the parent hair that determines the maximum length, and then you also have this length value. This length value determines how long the minimum length will be for the hair. So you can set a spectrum from the parent particle being 1 to the length of the shortest children particle. So they have a random, I guess, distribution between this spectrum. I think it's a random distribution. It's or it's either that, or it's either one or the value that you set in length. I usually put it to, depending on what kind of hair it is, I usually put it to 0.75, probably for longer hair. And then I put the threshold maybe to 0.5. These two values basically work together. What they mean is, if you put it in a sentence, the minimum length, or there will be hair that'll be shorter than the maximum length. The length that this hair will be 0.75 or 75% the length of the parent hair. So if the parent hair is a meter long, the children hair that'll be shorter will be 75 centimeters long. And then you can set the threshold as well. The threshold is basically how many in percentage, how many of these hairs will be shorter than the max. Right now we have it at 0.5, so 50% of all the hairs that we have in this system will be 75 centimeters long if the hair is parent particle, or it will be 75% the length of the parent particle. And then we can also change the C to just, change which hair will be shorter. Doesn't really matter that much. If you want to be very specific, you can do that. But that would be more of a concern if we, are close to finishing the hairstyle to really perfect it. And then we go to the size. The size is basically, you can determine how thick a hair, these individual hairs will be. That's a setting that'll come later. Here you can change basically the same that we can change for the length, but for the, circumference or the thickness of a hair. So here you can kind of randomize the thickness of the hair. Some hairs will be thicker, some hairs will be thinner. I like to keep it at 1. I don't really know if hair really has certain or different thicknesses. I know that eyebrow hair is quite thick, especially mine. Eyebrow hair is quite thick, and other hair might be thinner. But I don't know if it really fluctuates between, hair, in the same hair group. So if you have hair on your head that is thinner than others, it's probably just too thin anyway to really see it. So I just keep it at 1 and 0. And then we also have the radius. There's a setting that you only have for simple children. What that does is basically change the radius where the children particle will spawn around the parent particle. So if I decrease this, you can see what happens. We basically just bring them all closer together. Now you can see what happens. There you go. So that basically is dependent on what kind of hair strand you want to create. Do you want to create a more dense hair strand that is more for breaking up the main, structure? We talked about the three levels of hair last stream on Thursday. And that's where you would determine how big the radius should be. The first layer that we're going to add will be the covering layer, which would mean that we try to cover as much hair or as much skin as possible with just one particle system, which would mean that we would increase the radius quite a lot, just because then we can cover more space. So I'm going to make this bigger just a little bit. I'm going to change the settings and refine them later. Let's go to roundness. Roundness basically just makes it so that this flat, right now all the strands basically stop right where the parent particle stops. If you increase the roundness, it'll just make it, if some go further out, some go further back. It basically just, randomizes the tip a little bit more. It works better if the radius is bigger. It works, it's less effective if the radius is very small. Okay, those are the children simple settings. Let's go to the shaping settings, I guess. The shaping settings mean you cannot only shape these children and parent particles using the, the particle edit tools that we're going to go into later. We will also have, preset shape changes that we can do. Stuff that we can't really change by just, brushing them in a certain direction. Which includes stuff like clumping. Clumping basically means how would you explain this? How close the hair will clump together at the tip of the strand. What I mean is, I can probably just show you what it does. If I increase it all the way to 1, you can see now it's perfectly clumping together at the tip of the strand. You can also change the shape to kind of give it this nice curve if you want to, you know, increase the, I guess the volume that it covers. But yeah, that's what you can do with clump. You can, you know, just put them closer together. That works quite well and it's quite helpful for creating individual, I guess, hair strands, you know, smaller hair strands, just because usually they stick quite close together and you can get a nice, I guess, you can make them look more as one unit if you know, merge them together in the end, especially because there's a second setting that makes it look less, I guess, spiky and more natural. We're going to go into that in just a second. But yeah, clump and shape, basically just clump brings them closer together, these strands, and then shape changes their curve. There you go. You can probably set it to, I'm going to set that later. And then we also have twist, because this is a round, you know, just like a tube, for example. You can see right there, it's quite round. It's a tube, basically. We can also rotate that tube. So if you want to, you know, rotate these hairs around themselves, you can do that. And sometimes it actually works quite well, just because you don't really see it that much. Oh, you can see it from here. Oh, look at that. There's the rotation. What twist can be useful for is sometimes it just covers or fills more of the space inside of the strand. What I mean is, because they don't just go straight, you don't have like a perfect angle to look through. Because they rotate, they kind of cover more, I guess, more surface. They fill their holes better, which means you can, yeah, I guess, cover more room with them. You can't really see through them that well. Of course, that might not be the prime example on why you would use it, but that's one of the examples on why you would use it. What do we have here? Clumping. Yeah, clump noise. I don't really use it. Clump curve. I don't really use it. What do they do? Yeah, you can also use a curve to kind of create this shape for you know, the clumping shape. Is it only for the shape or also tapering? Or you can also use it for the clumping in itself. Okay. And then clump noise to give it a certain amount of noise. Hold on. If you decrease it, you can see what happens. Can you? I've never really used clump noise, because usually you can just create your own. Yeah, but you can see what happens. It kind of twists them a little bit. I think it applies a noise texture to kind of randomly kind of twist them in a certain direction. I don't use it that much, or I never use it, so I just deactivate it. And then let's go to the actual shape settings. These ones, or I guess detail settings, these settings are used for detailing the hair a little bit more. So what you can do with those is, let's go on this here. Let's see what they do. So we first have uniformity. Uniformity and random, these two values are quite close. The difference is with uniformity, at least they look very similar. If I increase it, you can see what happens. Let's set it to 1. It kind of, you know, makes them more wavy, more wobbly, gives them uniformity. And then you can change the size to change how much uniformity or ununiformity there will be. You can see what happens. That's what it does. If you go back to the parent particle, can you see it? No, hold on. Oh no, you changed the parent particle as well, do you? No, you don't. Okay. So the parent particle is still the same, but all the other particles, oh no, so basically the parent particle will be changed as well, but in the particle edit mode, it'll still be straight. You can see what happens. It just, you know, creates this weird deformation. Of course, you wouldn't probably use it with that much value, like with a size of 0.153, but if you bring it higher to maybe, I don't know, maybe 0.75, you can see it just adds a little bit of a waviness to it, which can look quite natural. So that's the one setting, the uniformity setting. You can then go to the endpoint setting. The endpoint setting is very useful for the tip if you use clumping, because what it does, it kind of spreads out the hairs at the tip of the strand itself. You can see what it does. It spreads them out. Spreads them out at the end, and then you can use the shape to kind of determine when they spread out. If you want to put it, you know, pretty close to the end, so it looks kind of like spliss, I think you call it, where it kind of spreads out in the end, with the hair particles themselves, or you know, the hair strands kind of themselves, kind of just split into two or whatever. That's what you would see. Or you can do, I think, the other direction as well. Can you? No, you can't actually. So yeah, it's only to spread out the hair particles in the end when they, you know, are supposed to clump. You can spread them out just a little bit. You can probably use that to not make them perfectly spiky, just to kind of, you know, spread them out just a little bit like this, so they're not perfectly, you know, straight. Okay. Then we have randomness. Randomness is very close, or randomness is very similar to uniformity. There's one setting though that I guess makes it different to the uniformity value. Let's increase randomness. You can see what happens. So randomness changes each individual hair. It gives them basically, so what uniformity and randomness does, it works similar to a displacement texture. For a displacement texture, you grab the geometry and then you displace, or you apply a texture to it, which will say, okay, black means it'll go down the geometry, or in the direction of the normal, and the white means it'll go up. What uniformity and randomness does, it basically does the same to hair. So there's a 3D texture that'll be applied to the hair, and they all deform according to that texture. The difference is uniformity grabs the whole hair strand, and randomness grabs each individual hair itself. You can see the difference if I decrease this to 0. Let's decrease this to 0 as well. You can see now it's straight. If I use uniformity and put it to 1, you can see it changes the whole hair strand. If you set randomness to 1, it displaces each individual hair. What you use that for is for, of course, you can then also change the size if you want to kind of make it more wild. But what I want to show you is the threshold. The threshold we already know from length and clumping. No, is it clumping? I don't know. From the length setting. The threshold basically determines how many hairs will be affected, in percentage, will be affected by the randomness displacement. If I set this to 0.5, a lot of them, or 50%, will still just follow the main hair flow. But there will be a few that'll change, that'll be displaced by the randomness value. So what you can do with that is you can kind of make this hair strand look more natural, because not all of the hairs of a strand will perfectly follow, you know, the flow of the main hair, especially for female characters, or for, you know, for women. If you look at their hair, you always see these small little hair that, you know, kind of, you see this I guess, this outer layer of hair. Hold on. Oh, okay. You see this outer layer of hair that doesn't really follow the main flow that much. Usually, maybe because they're too, I don't know, too tense. Maybe they're too short, so they can't really follow it. You can see all these small little hairs kind of flying all around the main, I guess, bulk of the hair. That is what you could use the roughness threshold for. You can not only create the main flow of the hair, but you can also create these stray hairs that just kind of fly around the main, you know, main hair. We're going to use that later. We're going to create an individual hair particle system for these stray hairs. But to create, you know, I guess beginning randomness, you could use the random setting for that as well, which is probably what I'm going to use here as well, just to kind of, you know, randomize each individual layer just a little bit. Okay, and then we also have kinks. Kinks don't really, I don't really use kinks that much because I like to create my own, I guess. Maybe we could use the wave kink in here. What it basically does, it applies a certain shape to the hair. So wave would be, you know, it creates wavy hair. The problem that I have with these kinks is that you don't have really control over how it's shaped. What I mean is, if I now go into particle edit mode, you can see the parent particle is still straight, but all these, you know, all the hair will be wavy. So if I now perfectly, you know, I perfectly brush this parent particle onto, or, you know, perfectly over the surface of the surface, then the waves will, you know, do their job and just push them, you know, create the waviness, and then the hair will go through the surface without me seeing it before I go back out of particle edit mode. So I don't like to use kinks just because they're too annoying to use, I guess. What you could use is you could use them for, you know, smaller changes, like you can change the frequency to give them a very, very wavy look. Hold on, I'm going to increase it. Maybe set it to 10. There you go. And then you can, you know, make those very, 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 very small wavy hairs, which could work. But I like to, you know, I haven't really done this kind of hair yet, so I like to just not use kinks at all. You have curls and, you know, just different kind of, I guess, kinks, but I just like to use nothing. So let's keep that nothing. There you go. Let's go to the next tab, which will be the hair shape. The hair shape is basically only visible in the rendering of the hair. Also in the, I guess, rendered view. If you go into rendered view in here, you can see it as well. So I can actually show you what it does. Oh, another tip. If you work with hair, you should always change your, or you should make sure that your device is not on GPU compute in your render setting. It is on CPU compute. I don't really know why, but the CPU is way faster and way more efficient at modeling or rendering hair particles. I don't know why, but if I compare the two, I think rendering out the last piece with all their, you know, with the hair, probably would have taken like 40 minutes or so. And then if I when I switched to CPU, it actually went down to like 15 minutes. So yeah, I don't know why, but the CPU is way better at rendering hair particles. So every time you work with hair particles, you should switch to CPU. It might be a little bit slower to navigate in here, but it's definitely some, you know, just faster overall. So once this is kind of, you know, less noisy, I can show you what the what the hair shape does. So strand shape. Let's go over the strand shape second, actually. What I want to go over first is the diameter root. The diameter root determines how thick the hair will be at the root. So where it kind of, you know, spawns out of the surface, where it grows out of the surface of the geometry. If you change that to, I don't know, 0.1, you can see a immediate difference in these hair strands that you can see right there. They're quite thick right now. If I switch it to 0.1, you can see they're way, way thinner. So what you basically have is you have a, I guess, spike-like or needle-like shape, where it starts pretty thick and then it thins out more and more and more and more and more. That is what a hair shape looks like. So the first value will be for the root radius, and the tip value will be for, you know, the tip, how wide that should be. So you can see right here, now everything is way thinner, and the tip is at 0, so it'll just, you know, completely end, I guess. You can also just change this value to 10 or whatever. It will not change before you haven't changed that close tip, or you haven't unchecked the close tip box right here. The close tip box makes sure that the tip will always be, 0 basically. You can see a change right here just because we've basically reversed the roles. So up to the tip of the hair, it'll just go up to 10 meters, but then at the tip, it'll be, back to 0. I'm gonna switch this back to 0 because, you can probably also for the first system change it to something else. But yeah, we're gonna do our custom settings in a second. Are there any more settings that we need to discuss? Oh, there's one more that we basically need for our hairstyle. If you want to create your deliberate hairstyle, not just, simulate hair, which would be vertex groups. Vertex groups are very useful for hair because you can basically create a mask and then determine where the hair should grow out of. That is especially useful for interpolated children because they spawn all over the surface. If you only want to, for example, create, that's what I use it for. If you want to create eyebrows, you can basically draw on eyebrows onto the geometry, and then you can say, okay, well, this geometry or this mask, what you've drawn, will be used as the density, and then the hair will only spawn in what you've drawn, which can be very useful for, eyebrows. Then of course you have like different settings here. You can also change the, you can create a length mask. Those are basically all masks. If you want to create one of these masks, you can go into this setting here, Object Data Properties, and then you have vertex groups, this vertex groups tab. If you click plus, you can see we now have a nice vertex group. If we go into into weight paint, we cannot see the geometry because we have to reactivate or tick the box show emitter. There you go. If we now go into weight paint, you can see everything's blue. Blue means no and red means yes. Just because there's nothing, because everything is blue, it just, I guess just places it everywhere. If we now draw in like a red line right here, like this, and then we go out of object weight paint into object mode again, and then we go into the hair particle system, we can now apply this group to the hair particles, and you can see what happens. It only spawns in this line that we've drawn. Children particle behave a little bit differently to normal, I guess, to interpolated particles, in that the parent particle will spawn inside of this red line, but then we have still this radius that we have to reduce if we only want to really spawn all of them inside of this line. The radius will not be affected, the radius of the simple children will not be affected by the mask that we've just drawn. If we now switch to interpolated though, you can see now they all spawn out of this small little line right there. So interpolated, you benefit more from the mask if you use interpolated rather than simple. Let's go back to simple though, and let's change the settings. Let's create our first hair layer. So, okay, let's begin with the first hair layer, or let's discuss what I mean with hair layer. So if you create hair, you have different layers, basically. You can have 3, you can have 4, you can have 5. I usually, if I, just want to create a, I guess, quick hairstyle, I like to use 3. First one being for the main flow of the hair, and also for the, how would you call it, like the volume of the hair. And then the second one would be to kind of give the main flow, kind of, break up the main flow a little bit and give it more detail with smaller strands. And then the third one would be smaller, very, very detailed hair that is only there to create some fuzziness and some more randomness in the hair, that basically is there to make it just look a little bit more detailed. You could also, you can also just, I guess, not use these very, very small hairs that just kind of fly around, these deviant hairs, but they add a certain touch to the hairstyle that makes it look way, way better than without the hair. So those are the 3 layers, and we're going to go into, deeper into each individual one as we go through this workflow. Okay, so now that we have all the settings explained, let's go to our setup. So what I like to do is I like to go in here and set this parent particle number to 1. So I can only have 1. I can, look at a single hair particle, and now I can customize it to what it's supposed to look like. I'm going to keep the hair length at 4 I mean. We can still, edit the length later, but I'm going to keep it at 4 for now. If we compare it to the longest hair that we can see in here, I think 4 looks pretty good. Okay. Oh, I'm going to call it hair sculpt. There you go. So let's do a few changes. Let's set this up. So first of all, what we have the emission settings. They look pretty good. Segments of 10 should be good for now. We don't really do that much waviness or whatever for these, main flow hairs. So I think a segment amount of 10 looks pretty good. Then we have source, render, unhide the emitter basically. There you go. Next up, what do we have? We can, make these tabs smaller. We have the simple display amount. We can still change these settings whenever we need to. So I'm going to keep it at 25 for now. We also have the length. What I'm going to do for this cover hair, the first layer being the cover hair and the volume hair, that basically tries, what we try with the first layer of hairs, try to cover as much skin and bring in as much volume as possible, so that with the second layer we can basically bring in structure for the hair. The first layer being only for, if you have if you look at this, what you see right here, this right here, basically all of this here will be the, hold on, can I use my, there you go. So this part will be the fill hair. There you go. That's the fill hair. Next layer will be the layer 2, I guess the structure hair. Let's call it that, the structure hair. This layer basically creates a more, I guess, natural hair flow. It breaks up the main hair flow so that it doesn't look, it doesn't look perfectly straight. They're all not just, kept like you can see in all these, hairstyle commercials and whatnot. So that's the second layer. And then you have the third layer, which will be the fuzzy layer right out of here. I haven't sculpted that one just because, it's kind of hard to sculpt individual hair strands. So there you go. So you have 3 hair layers. You can make more, like 4 or 5. What you would do then basically is just, I guess, separate the layer 3 into multiple versions of itself. If you want to create, if you want to create different looks. But you can also, if you want to make it quicker, just condense it into a single layer. You could create, different structurally different looking hair strands. But those are the 3 main hair layers. The fill layer, just to kind of fill up. If you look at a bush, you have like the inside of the bush, all the leaves that are in there that you can't really see, but they make the bush more thicker. They make the bush actually, that you can't see through it. Very, very thick in the middle. Then you have the next layer, basically like an onion. The next layer would be the structural hair, or for the bush it would be like the structural branches out on the outside that basically creates just the structure that, I don't really know how to describe it. It makes it look more natural. because not all the leaves just follow the exact same path. They go in some directions, they go like over here and then over here. They don't just go straight, they go over here and then one goes over here, and you know, that's what the structural layer does. And then you have the fuzzy layer, basically just smaller hairs that just go in all directions around the structural layer to kind of create some more detail and some more depth to the whole hairstyle. What would be, you know, individual, I guess, leaves hanging out of the bush to make it look more, you know, more fuzzy, I guess, more natural. Okay, yeah, that's those are the 3 layers of hair. You can split them up, of course. You can create, especially for this complex hairstyle, you might need more than just 3 hair particle systems, but we'll see. So yeah, those are the 3 main hair layers. Let's remove this. Okay, so what we create first is the first layer, the fill layer. What I mean is, what the main objective of this hair is we try to cover as much surface as possible so that we cannot see through the hair on, you know, we cannot see skin through the hair because the hair is so, you know, light, not as dense as it needs to be. So the main objective will be to make it as dense as possible. Of course, we could increase the display amount, but there are a few settings that we can change to make it, I guess, more dense without having to change the display amount. We can change the length. The length will, first of all, you know, just give it just a little bit more volume over here. So we're gonna, you know, right now we've set it to 0.75, so 50% of the hair will be, what is it? 75% the length of the longest hair. So if we set the threshold to 0, the length to 1, you can see now we immediately have just a little bit more volume over here at the end, in the last 25% of the hair, basically. So this just increases the volume just a little bit. We also have the size. No, the size doesn't really change that much. I'll usually keep the size at 1. Then we have the radius. The radius, of course, determining how far away the children particles spawn around the parent particle. We might have to change those, you know, this value later, but I'm gonna keep it quite wide for now. I'll keep it at 14 for now, maybe 15. There you go, because we try to cover as much space as possible. We also have the shape, which is actually quite useful for the fill layer, just because you can see it gets even, you know, because of the clumping, it gets quite close at the end, which means we lose some more volume in here as well. So what we can do is, first of all, we can just remove clumping. There you go, and now we already have some more volume at the end of the hair strand. Because we don't really see the end of the hair strand that much, it doesn't really matter that it's, you know, perfectly cut off at the end. And then we also need to change the shape. Oh, we have to set this to 0, not to -1. If you set it to -1, they will, I guess, collect at the root, you know, which or they will clump at the root, which isn't really what we want to do here. We want to keep it as broad as possible in the end, in the beginning. The shape can also be at 0, just so it's perfectly straight and there's no spreading. Actually, we can no. Okay, well, it doesn't really do much because we don't have any clumping. Perfect. But we can increase the twist, and you can see what it does. Especially if you go further away, maybe over here. If you remove the twist, you can see we have these very, very big. We have some areas that are very, very dense. You can really see through them. And then we have these areas that are very, very loose and there are big holes in them. If we increase the twist value, you can see we can sometimes kind of cover these places up a little bit more. Now you can see it's more spread out. Of course, it's kind of twisted, but it also covers the overall volume a little bit better. So that's why I like to use the twist value. Let's set it to 0.2. There you go. If you compare it to 0, see, big hole right there, very dense right there. Set it to 0.2, quite dense overall, perfect. We don't need this part, roughness, okay. Do we need to change uniformity? Yeah, we don't need uniformity for this hair strand, just because, you know, we want to shape it, we want to have full control over how the hair is shaped. So I'm going to keep the uniformity at 0, so it's perfectly straight. We also have the endpoint, doesn't really do much, I guess. We don't need it, we just need perfect, I guess, tube-like hair strands for this. So I'm going to keep it like this. And then randomness, we don't really need either, because it's the bottommost layer, which we're going to see where we don't really see these stray hairs. So I'm going to put that to 0 as well. Okay, threshold to 0. There you go. So now we have perfectly straight hair as well, again, which is perfect to cover, except for twisting, of course, which is perfectly straight, dude, which is perfectly, equipped to cover as much space as possible. Of course, if you want to, you can also increase the radius, but I'm going to keep it at 0.15 for now. We don't need any kinks. Oh, what we can change though is the hair shape. Let's go to rendered view so we can see it. You can see it's quite thin. So what we can do is we can first of all increase the diameter root. And there's actually a value that I haven't talked about before. Diameter root. Let's set that to 1. You can see it's way thicker immediately and gets quite thin in the end. I don't want that. I want these hairs to be quite thick overall. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to remove close tip, and then I'm going to increase this value maybe to 0.25. So just so they're a little bit thicker in the end as well. You can see the difference. They're very, very thin, basically no coverage in the end. If I set this to 0.25, just a little bit more. You can also set it to 1, of course, but I like to keep it at 0.25 because some of the hair you will probably still see sometimes, you know, on some areas of the hair. So I like to keep it quite, you know, still quite thin, but also just be able to cover a little bit more room. Then we have the diameter scale, which basically, I haven't really figured that one out too much yet, but what I think it does is it multiplies the values that you've set in diameter, root, and tip. I just keep it at 0.01 usually, so, you know, I guess that is just because then you don't have to make these values like super small, because right now they're measured in meters. If you would set this to, you know, you have 1 meter at the bottom. Of course, this isn't like a hair strand that is 1 meter wide, because then in the end you also multiply it by the diameter scale, so it's actually a millimeter wide. Yeah, so this way you don't have to, you know, type in, I don't know, 0.001. You just have to type in 1. It's just easier to type in. And then you have the strand shape. The strand shape is what I haven't talked about before, just like the diameter scale. What it does is probably, you can see it easier if I show it to you through the clumping value. So that's what the hair looks like usually, you know, just very thick at the bottom and then very thin at the top. If you change the strand shape, you can basically do the same than what you can do with the shape value for the clumping. If I just increase it, you can see what happens. It starts to thin later, or it starts to thin earlier. That is what you can do with the strand shape value. So I usually put it to -0.5. Hold on, let's go to rendered view so we can see the change. So if I set it to -0.5, it just gets a little bit thicker. It actually works quite in the opposite direction than what the shape value does for the clumping. If you set it to negative, the clumping starts earlier, but for the strand shape here, the thickness change, I guess, starts later if you set it to negative values. So it just makes these strands just a little bit thicker. If I set it to -1, you can see what happens. Can you even see it? It's quite fine. Yeah, but I like to keep it at -0.5. Just to keep them thicker for longer and then make them still, you know, 0.25 millimeters, no. Yeah, 0.25 millimeters thick. Yeah. Okay, and those are all the changes or all the settings that we need for the first layer. We're gonna go through the next layer when we have the first layer done. So now that we have all the settings done, we can go to the actual creation of the first hair setting. Hair layer. I'm gonna call this hair 1. There we go. Hair 1. Now we can go into, from object mode, we can go into particle edit mode. In particle edit mode, you can see now the hair will be displayed as a path. You can also change the display mode or selection mode. You can see you can either just show it as a single line, you can show it as a showing every single segment, or you can only show the last segment. I like to use this one just because you have, as you know, you have the most control with this, most control and insight with this setting. But you know, if you prefer this one, you can also use this one. I just like not having to guess where the segments are to change them. That's why I use this display or the selection mode. But we have a problem that we just have to keep in mind once we go into particle edit mode. If I now, hold on. Yeah, you can see the emission settings are all set. If we now go into particle edit and brush this, whoop, there you go. Then we go into object mode, you can see we cannot change these emission values anymore. We cannot change how long the parent particles are. You see it doesn't, I try to click it, but it doesn't work. So make sure that you have all the settings, at least for the parent particles, set before you go into particle edit mode. If you still want to change stuff and you're early in your process, you can still delete the edit and then you can change these settings again. But of course, if you do that, you delete all the changes that you've done in the particle edit mode. But now we have all the settings done, so now we can go into the hairstyle itself. We can create the first layer of the hair. So let's bring back the head sculpt because we need to see where we need to sculpt into. I also want to bring in the hair sculpt layer, just because with this one I actually know where I have to add hair strands and how far out I can put these hair strands. We're going to use this sculpted hair as our guide to how thick or where we place the hair particles, basically. Okay, perfect. Now that all the things, all the settings are done, let's go to particle edit. There you go. There are a few settings in here as well. First of all, of course, you have different tools. You have the comb tool where you can just kind of brush these hair strands. You have the smooth brush, which basically just, smooth this. If I do this, for example, here, kind of just smooth this out the hair. We have the add brush, which we can use to add more hair. You can also change how many hairs you want to add at the same time. You have the length brush, where you can grow and shrink more hair, so you can grow it longer or make it shorter. And we also have the puff brush. I think what it does is if you have like this rotation, the root pointing in this direction, but then it going down, what you can do with the puff brush is you can kind of bring it back up like this. There you go. Bringing it back to its original, I guess, direction, which can be quite useful to, puff up a hairstyle. And then you have the cut brush as well. The cut brush basically just, removes. It works similar to the length brush. The difference is that you usually just use this to, cut it shorter. With the length brush, you just shrink it by brushing over it. With the one you cut, with the other one you brush. That's the difference. Okay, now that we have that, let's go into the actual hairstyle. There are a few more settings that we need to change though to actually see how our changes affect the overall hairstyle. That is in the tool settings in the options. We have different settings here. First of all, we have, I think, X symmetry. So if we add a hair particle on this side, it's going to add the same on this side. I think it doesn't work with, I guess, sculpted geometry, just because I think what it uses for the symmetry in the hair particle system is geometry, not just the, I guess, world axis or local axis. So we cannot use symmetry on this one. But there are a few settings that are important. First setting is path steps. That is basically just determining how smooth the hair will be in particle edit mode. You can see it's quite choppy, despite there being way more hair particles or hair particle segments. So if we increase these path steps to 10, you can see it gets just as smooth as it was originally. There you go. And then we can also activate and show the children, and you can see what happens. Now we can see actually the children. We can not only see the parent particle, which is just this individual, path. We can also see the children and how they react to the changes that we, apply to the parent particle. You can, hide it and unhide it if you want to. And then there are two more that might be important. Of course, you have radius and strength as well. Radius just changes, size. You can press F to change the size, or just go to this value, or you have the strength as well. If you press Shift F, you can change the strength of this value. What it does is basically, if you set the strength to very low, you can see just very little to the actual segments or to the actual hair. If you increase the strength to 8, you can see it does way more. It's way stronger, basically. And that's what the strength does. Then we have two more options right here. We have preserve strand length, which is basically, if I move this, you can see, even though I move this segment over here, this one will be pulled as well, will be affected as well. You can see it kind of gets pulled by the other one because they're all connected. You can see, whoop, woo, woo. So they basically keep the same length between each individual segment. That is basically what you can enable or disable with this setting. So if I disable it, I can just stretch them out more. So now this is the first, if you hide the children, you can see what happens. Oh, hello, can I go back? Oh, there you go. If I now, so preserve strength length looks like this, I just try to pull it out, doesn't work. If I disable it, you can see, whoop, you can just make them longer, I guess, if you want to. It can be useful sometimes, but I usually keep it on. And then you also have preserve root position. It basically does what it's supposed to, or what it tells you. If you have it like this, you try to pull out the root, it doesn't really work. But if you enable it or disable it, you can pull out the root itself. So now the hair is perfectly free flying. I think we're actually going to use that technique, especially for this part right here. But we're going to go into that once we get there. Okay. So now that we have all the settings done and all the important parts about the workflow, we can actually go and create the hairstyle. One important thing is to keep in mind is that the more segments you have, the more complex it'll be, or the more difficult it'll be to make, I guess, good looking hair. Just because if you, do these changes in here, you kind of affect different hairstyles from time to time. Oh. What can happen is that you can create these very, very small waves in here. You can see right here, it doesn't really look like a, straight hair anymore, and you can see it even enhances that look or that problem if you enable children. And you can see even trying to change or remove this unevenness or this unsmoothness is quite hard without completely changing the shape of the hair. So if you want to do big changes to the hair, what you can do is you can change the path steps maybe to, I don't know, 5 or so, and this way you move less hair particles. Wait, if we set this to 2. Maybe even to, no, okay. Yeah, so the more particle, I mean, the more segments you've selected in, or you've set in the emission settings right here for the parent, the more segments you have right here as well. And the more parents you have, the more, you know, careful you have to be with how you set up the hair. It, you know, has more points of, I guess, more points that can be affected about the shape, which also means it is more susceptible to small changes that are hard to, you know, smooth out. So you kind of have to make sure that you don't, you know, I guess twist them, twirl them, or give them weird waves. Okay, so let's start. So what I can do is, what I like to do is I like to change each you know, the hairs individually. What I like to do is I like to press Control and then left click onto one of these hair particles, and then just press Control plus to add more vertices or segments to the selection. You can press double A to remove the selection. What you can also do is you can press C to have the circle selection, and then you can select these, you know, these segments, and then expand them, of course, like this. That's basically how I pick individual hair strands to change them individually. If you have nothing selected, you just change all of them at once. Okay, so let's begin. So what I'm about to do first, of course, is the first layer, which is only supposed to cover the hair, I mean the head and the skin. So we can see we have like quite a lot of hair just going back here without, you know, just trying to, you know, a lot of hair going puffy, going out. So we kind of have to create a, we have to fill this volume right here. We don't really have to fill any volume for these braids. So we only have to fill volume at least on top of the head right here, and then maybe on the side here as well, and then going up to the bun. Is it the bun? I don't know. The band, I guess. They go with the ponytail. So that'll be the first part, trying to fill the volume on top of here. We might even, I guess, create 2 level 1 hair layers, just so we can have thinner or fill layer with a smaller radius for the children particles, and then a second layer for these very, very wide or big hair strands at the bottom here. Maybe not. Okay, let's begin. So let's use the add brush. We can now set the steps and keys, and also the count. The count basically determines how many hair strands will be added at once. So if I click once, you can see it adds 10 hair particles. I usually keep it at 1, just because it's easier to control then. Now I can click, and now only 1 hair particle will be added. I can also change how many segments these hairs have. So this way you can actually determine how many segments, you know, the hair have in certain areas. So these ones will maybe have more than the ones up here. I'm gonna probably put it to 8 for now. So now if I add them, you can see they have more segments, which we can of course change. Perfect. So let's create the first layer. Let's fill the volume for the top part. The top part, of course, filling volume means only, you know, filling the inside. The structure will come later, so we will not go all the way to the hairline. The hairline will be defined by the second layer. So we're probably going to start over here somewhere on the inside, like there. Let's bring the children in as well. You can see right there, they don't go all the way to the hairline, but they still fill the main part of the hair. So now we can go in here. We can either use the cut tool to cut them shorter. Oh, or what you can also use is the length tool, shrink them down. You can see the cut tool made kind of buggy or weird. That's probably just because we, you know, shrunk it down basically, and it created this weird interpolation. If you use the cut tool, I think it's easy to just go in the middle where you want to cut it and just click it. But I like to use the length tool and just shrink it down. There you go. We can kind of estimate how long it needs to be. I think that's pretty good for the first hair. Let's use our pen to do this. Now we can use the comb tool, make it bigger, and now we can just brush it all over to the head. So what I like to do for the first layer, I like to take the reference, or I like to, you know, reference the flow of the hair from my sculpt. So then when I know where this hair path or the hair is supposed to go, I can just hide the hair sculpt and sculpt it into the right position, like this. You can see it's way off the head, so we need to bring it closer to the head, like this. And then we basically just create the hairstyle. You can see it kind of is still way off, so we have to pull it closer over here, like this. And that is basically what we do now for the hair. Not only, of course, at the top here, but basically everywhere. So let's do that now. What we can do here is we can probably just add more at the same time. What I also like to try is in oh, there it is, interpolate. You already read what it said. I just today discovered what it, you know, that this exists. Interpolate works similar to interpolated children. So if we add a new hair strand, oh, that'll save so much time. So I can actually, so okay, I can show you what it does. So let's, oh, okay. So if you already have hair strands, okay, I'm gonna show you what it does without these hairs, you know, these hair interpolation. If I now add a second hair strand, zip, you could see it just goes straight. With interpolation, it takes the other hair strands into account and, you know, applies that hair shape to the new added one as well, which is very, very useful and maybe saves a lot of time if we can set it up properly. So let's see if it actually works the way I think it does. So we go roughly in the same spot on the other side, like over here. We then grab it and we sculpt it down as well. Wait. Before we do that, no, we don't even have to add it just, you know, by itself. We can just use interpolation over here, like this. Of course, it goes in the wrong direction, so now we can select this hair particle. We can then go and brush it to in the other direction, so it follows the flow on this side. There you go, like this. Keep it close to the head. There you go. And now we have two hairs coming from both sides, which means hopefully something very magical. I've never used this setting before, so this might be like a huge time saver. Let's see. So now that we have these two hairs, we can now use the add interpolate setting. Let's see if it happens. What if it works? So you can see now this one will be interpolated between the two, so they will be affected by both, so it basically just goes straight. So now we can fill the whole thing by just adding more. And there you go. We don't even have to change the shape of the hair. So what I've done before always was I haven't interpolated it, so which means I have to add it. I have to select this hair particle and I have to brush it down manually like this. Excuse me. But now that I know the setting, this is actually insane. This will save so much time. Okay, so now we can just add them, interpolate it, which means we can fill this whole thing up by just adding more. Look at this. And we immediately have a full hairstyle at the top. That's awesome, dude. You know, that took me maybe like 5 minutes or so to set this up, and this is now just like a minute. That's actually crazy. You know, one problem that we have with hair strands though is you can see that some of them spawn outside of the hair, I mean the surface. That is just because how simple children are set up is in a way where they spawn around a certain radius, and if the hair particle already goes in that direction, then the radius, you know, rotates out of the surface as well. If you want to fix that, what you can do, is you can select this, these two particle steps. You can then go and say subdivide. There you go. And then you can create a nice curve so that the hair actually goes out of the skin if you want to. The volume layer we don't really see that much, so we don't have to really do it, but I want to show it to you anyway. So now we can go in here and remove preserve root position. We can move it down. Oh, I think we have to enable X-ray mode with Alt-Z. We can now move it down, and you can see now all the hair actually comes out of the surface. They actually, you know, they start off of the skin. If you want to do that, you can do that. I don't think it's necessary for this, you know, the volume layer, so I'm not going to do it for that. Okay, so now that we have that made in a minute, we can go into render view, and you can see it already covers quite a lot of the hair. Let's bring back the scope so we can see that it's not going past where we want it to be. Okay, we can probably adjust it a little bit. But one thing that I want to see now is, first of all, I don't know why it's so laggy, but you know, who cares? So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the viewport maybe to ×4, just so it gets less noisy over time. The hair looks to be quite thick, so I think we need to decrease the hair shape. Of course, this being the filler, I guess hair, the filler hair, we don't really see it that much, but we still see it in the end. So some of them are visible, they're not like perfectly hidden. So I still decrease this probably to 0.5 or so, just so it, you know, the shape is a little bit more like realistic hair. It is probably still way too thick, but it at least is, you know, closer to what it's supposed to look like in real life. Of course, we want to create a realistic hairstyle, so we kind of have to, you know, adhere to real life hair. These ones are still quite thick. Maybe we can put this to 0.35, and then that should be good. So now we can actually bring in some color. Let's select the hair surface. Let's add a new material to this one. Let's add a new one, just so we can see how dense this hair actually is, because the white and white doesn't really, you know, show it that much. We can go in here and bring this to maybe black. There you go. And now you can actually see how dense this hair actually is. We can see it is not that dense. Of course, first of all, because we've changed the thickness of the hair. And also, oh, okay, Seer Jordan, hope you enjoy your night. Thanks for joining. Thanks for chatting. We can first of all increase the density, of course, by increasing the display amount, maybe to 50. It'll double the amount, of course. Now it's way thicker. Or we can just, you know, add more parent particles. But I think increasing the display amount is basically like increasing the parent particles. Just by increasing the parent particles, you can just kind of, you know, I guess, determine the structure a little bit better, or the flow. But I think that's pretty good. I'm probably going to keep it to 35 and then add more parent particles in between. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's go back in here and bring some more hair particles in. Let's go to the hair sculptor just to kind of see. They go quite far out. So what I'm going to do is I will make the radius smaller for these parent particles. We'll go into the radius and decrease the radius. Now if we go to the hair sculpt, we can see they don't go far too, you know, that far out. Some of them may be okay to poke through, but definitely not the majority. There you go. Okay, now we definitely need to add more. Okay, let's go back to particle edit and add more. Maybe here. There you go. Perfect. Maybe here. Also, it's not perfectly flat at the front, of course. You can see it gets closer to the eyebrows. So we kind of have to add more over here as well. Otherwise, it'll just look kind of weird at the front because there's not that much dense hair at the front. So I'm probably gonna add one over here. The shape looks pretty good. Wait, where does it go? Oh, that's the wrong one. Come on. There you go. Oh, it actually follows. Perfect. Oh, dude, that'll save so much time. Okay, so we need to add more over here. Let's add one more over here. 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 Maybe here as well. And then here. Perfect. Look at that. Perfect. Perfectly following the main flow. Let's go do the same on the other side as well. Okay. This one we can have to adjust, so let's do that now. Pull them over here. Of course, it gets quite laggy, especially because we have we have so many children to display. There you go. Okay. I don't know if the flow really follows. No, we have to pull it higher actually, because it has to go into the bun or into the ponytail, so this actually has to go up in the end. So I'm just going to select all of these and pull them up just a little bit like this. There you go. Although I try to keep them quite low. Yeah, that's pretty good. There you go. I'm actually using my mouse right now just because it's kind of easier to do these small changes with my mouse, and it's faster because I, select these particles with my mouse, and, changing them with my mouse is, easier. This one has to be pulled up a little bit like this. There you go, that's better. Look at that, perfect. Okay, so now that we have that, we have the top part. Look at that. We can still see some hair through the hair particles, but that's not very important, because we will add a second layer, or maybe a third layer, of course, on top of what we have right now, which will, cover more of this space. And maybe even to save some, I guess, RAM, save some time rendering it, we can also give it a, I guess, brown color underneath to make it, look as if there's no skin poking through if we really need to. But yeah. So let's continue with what we have right here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add landmarks to the top part of the head. Basically hair that how would you say it? That helps interpolate more hairs more easily. What I mean is, if I go now into the particle edit, and I add a hair at the bottom here, where the hair would spawn, maybe over here, you can see it still is interpolated by the hair that is on top, which of course doesn't really, shape this hair very well. So what I do now is I basically create a landmark or shaping here for this, this part of the head as well. Okay, this one is too long, so I'm gonna make it shorter. There you go. Probably also keep it pretty close to the head like this. There you go. Okay. So we have the first landmark. We have to do that a few times to really create a nice, you know, grid where we only have to, you know, fill the gaps in the end. So I'm going to continue with this side. It already has quite a good shape, but we have to do a little bit of a adjustment over here. Allergies are kicking in soon. Pollen are starting to grow. I mean, you know, fly around. Usually I think I have more allergies in the end of the summer. I'm more allergic to those, I guess, pollen. Okay. Now we could fill this part up, but I want to do all the landmarks first. Next one would be over here somewhere. Where does it start? Roughly over here. There. And then we also have one over here. And we also need to fill this side here. Like this. Okay. Whoa, what is that? Okay. Of course we have to adjust those a little bit. Let's do that now. Then we can just add more and fill the gaps, which makes this a whole lot easier than I anticipated. Dude, this saves me so much time, and I just discovered this technique by reading through the Blender manual, trying to see whether or not you can change the radius of children hair in particle edit mode, because that's the only, I guess, change that I would like to see, which isn't really possible right now, because now we basically have to separate this hair. Actually, do we? Yeah, probably. We have to separate this part of the hair from this part, because you can't really fit all the parent particles or all the particles in this small little spot right there. It'll be very cramped. So what I will probably do is I'll just separate or create special hairs for the for this part. So yeah. First of all, though, we need to, you know, adjust this part. Move this closer. There you go. And that is basically the workflow now. First of all, of course, for the cover hair, and then for the structure here as well. The only difference basically being how you, I guess, how many hair particles that we, or parent particles that we need, and also how we set them up. The first layer, as I said before, is not only there to cover as much skin as possible, it's also there to add more volume, and also to determine the main shape of the hair, of course, or flow of the hair. The hair, you know, if you look at this, the main flow is just going back into this ponytail and then going down, and then you have the second layer that goes, you know, something like this, something like this, something like this. That's the second layer that you see on top of the first layer. That kind of breaks up the main flow a little bit to make it look more, you know, I guess random and more natural. That's the second layer that we'll add once we have the first layer done. That's another landmark right there. Bring it closer to the head. Perfect. The reason why I try to keep this pretty close to the head is just because if we then add more, you know, if we add the second layer of hair, it'll basically just, you know, we want to put it on top of the fill hair, which means it's going to puff up even more. So we try to keep it inside of the hair sculpt so that it doesn't get, you know, way wider than what it is right now, or way puffy or way bigger the hairstyle than what we have right now. Filled that gap there. Let's do the other side. So we have one right here. Looks pretty good already. So this will actually significantly increase the speed of these hair sculpts and make them even less, I guess, annoying to do, which is awesome. Because, you know, modeling hair can be quite tedious, which is why I always kind of dread creating hairstyles. But you know, with this interpolated method, it actually works quite well and works quite fast. You know, it's pretty fast. So I think we have some more over here as well, do we? Yeah. First of all, I'm gonna cover this part here. Hold on, I'm gonna put one right here. Create big gaps first, and then we can fill them with the interpolated adding method. So now I'm actually not using the pen, just because it just feels easier to do it with the mouse. There you go. Fit that right in there. Keep it close to the head. And there you go. Okay, let's do the gap right there. Looks pretty good to me. Perfect. We have a few more here. First one being over here, right there. We can see the shape isn't perfect, so we need to adjust it. Let's do that now. This one needs to go sideways first and then into the bun over here. There you go. Keep it quite straight, also quite close to the skin or surface, whatever you want to call it. And then into the bun. Check it in terms of the volume. Can we bring it closer to the skin? Yeah, we can. There you go. Okay, of course, to add more, particle hair. But also, by using this, we can do it without having to really adjust the next few hair particles, except maybe for this one, because we have this nice, gap in between this here, this nice deep cut that I want to keep in there. So I try to keep the structure as much as possible. There you go. Perfect. Okay, let's do this part here. Let's put one right there. Looks pretty good to me. Let's add another one. Looks pretty good to me. Oh, this one's quite far off, so I'm going to adjust it. There you go. Perfect. Awesome. This one was kind of off. So I'm just gonna do a quick adjustment here. There you go. Perfect. Let's add more over here. Fill this gap. Oh. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fill this gap. I think this gap is just too big to really... Actually, no, this is good. So I guess for these interpolated, you know, this interpolated adding method, we should just add one in the middle of the first, and then we basically fill the gap from the middle. Make the gap smaller, smaller, smaller by just adding more hair strands into the middle of the gap to create a perfect interpolation. Okay, perfect. So which means we have to add one right there first. Perfect. Then we add one right there. And right there. And we have perfect hair. We can maybe add a few more right there, there, there. Maybe here as well. There you go. Let's fill this gap. Add one right there. Dude, this is so much easier. Oh my god. You know, each individual one of those would have taken me like a minute or so. So you can probably imagine how much time this saves. Okay. Perfect. Now we have the head covered. We can probably add one more over here. There you go. That should work. Okay. How deep do we need to go here? No, this looks pretty good. We actually need to add more, because they do not only go up, they also go down and over the shoulder. So let's add that now. So right now here probably stops, so we can add more like this. I'm gonna add one first, and I need to pull it down now. This will probably cause some problems in the interpolation, but we'll see. So this one needs to go down. Oh wait, have I disabled preserve root position for the whole time? Oh, okay. Don't really see a problem just yet, so maybe I was lucky. This one actually needs to be longer. So let's grow it. There you go. And put it into the shape that it needs to be. Trying to keep it close to this, you know, the skin. There you go. We need to make it longer even, right? Yeah, just a little bit longer. There you go. Sculpted. Perfect. Okay. I don't know why I can push it over here. It's weird sometimes. Okay. Let's add more. Of course, right now I'm just, you know, doing the same that I've done it before. Adding landmarks to then use the interpolated adding method to fill the gaps. So this one is the tedious part of the hair modeling, you know, I guess workflow. Just trying to, you know, adjust these individual hairs, and then imagine this without interpolated, interpolated, you know, adding. You would have to do it for each individual hair strand. That's why I dreaded particle hair modeling so much, or basically any hair modeling, because it, you know, the structure of the hair doesn't really change. So you still have to add, for example, with sculpting, you still have to sculpt each individual layer. It just doesn't take as long as using these hair particles. Dude, why would you not just go in here? Hold on, I think I have an idea. I think it is because of the I can't describe it. Let me see if I can actually fix it first. So how do I fix it? I need to select these. There you go. So what I think it is the hair doesn't go through, or there's a setting that prevents hair from going into the surface that it spawned out of. And I think what it does, because the surface is, you know, there's a hole at the bottom, it basically just extends the geometry all the way down, and it blocks the hair from going in the direction that I want it to go, even though there's no geometry near it, just because it, you know, it pushes it, it extends the geometry down, which is I think what the problem is. So if I grab this geometry and I scale it into itself, it should fix itself basically. Hopefully, that's at least the theory. Let's see if it now completely destroys my hairstyle. We'll see. Okay. So right now it looks like this. Let's see what happens if I go into edit mode and scale these down using proportional editing, median point. Very, very small. Okay, well that doesn't really work that well. I've selected too many over here. I need to deselect some. This is definitely too much. I just need a thin line on the edge of the geometry, like this. Perfect. So now I can scale it. Oh, we have a lot here as well. Oh, wrong button. There you go. Over here as well. Okay, so now if we scale it, it should be a little bit easier. There you go, I scale it just in a little bit. The hair looks good still. So now let's see if it actually did something. Yeah, I can now push it in. So that was actually the problem. Perfect. So I can probably explain what happened. Because the geometry just went straight down, the surface gets interpreted as if the surface just goes straight down. And because the surface goes straight down, it basically, there's a wall where the hair can't go through. Like this, you know, just it gets geometry goes straight down. I want to push the hair through the geometry that is, you know, being interpreted as being there. But of course it doesn't work. Now that I've changed the angle in which it goes, in which the surface goes, I can now push it further over here. See? Perfect. Okay. Oh, there's another wall. See, I can't push it over here, but I think that's as far as I need to put it. Dude, it's so annoying to work with these walls. Oh no, it was actually something else. Okay. Okay, so there you go. Keep it close to the skin. Once we have the landmarks, we can add more hair very, very, very easily. I should probably spread them out as much as possible to cover as much space, so that all the interpolated children don't really, you know, are just all in one spot. Which what I probably want to do is I probably push this out more like this. That's better. There you go. Okay. Need a few more though. Especially over here. Like right there. Looks pretty good already, but I want to change it just a little bit. There you go. Keep it close to the skin, of course. Okay. We also need to pull it, you know, from over here to the side in both directions. So let's do that now. I'm gonna go into the middle. Wait. Yeah, I guess that could work still. Okay. So this is the maximum where it'll come from to go to the outside. Over here. I need to grow it first, otherwise I can't really, you know, I'd have the length to go all the way. There you go. Oh, that's quite long, but that should still be good. I'm gonna, hold on. Remove the children for now. I don't really necessarily need them. And it's just, you know, way quicker to sculpt that way. No lag. There you go. So I basically am just defining a volume for the hair with these hair particles. I mean hair strands, parent particles, which I can then fill by using the interpolation method. Okay. Probably need to add one more over there. Let's do that. Yeah. Over here. This looks pretty good already. But it's too far off, I think. So let's push it down like this. I actually want to move it over here. There you go. And I think we need some more over here as well. Otherwise, we can't really fill it that well by just using the second layer. There you go. Pull it down. Perfect. Oh. You can see there's another board. Oh no, actually no. Perfect. This one probably needs to be longer though. Yeah, there's so much more. I want to fill the braid as well, just a little bit. I need to make this longer, just a little bit as well. That should be enough. Actually, we need more. More. There you go, that should be enough. Of course, we can still add more if we need to, or make it longer. Okay. Let's fill the one side first, and then we can go to the other side. Of course, we have this divide between the two, so I kind of want to define that as well. Define where the hair actually goes down and where the hair goes up. Make it longer. There you go. Okay, we need one more over here, and that should be good enough. You see, it just goes up. We want it to actually go down, so we have to kind of create another, I guess, landmark over here. There you go, make it longer. And put it in its place. Okay, perfect. Let's bring back the children. Okay, so we can see where there are still gaps. Let's fill those gaps. There's actually a big gap over here. Can we fix that? How much room do we have here? Oh, we can. But we need to adjust this one as well. Now we are deep into the tedious part. Imagine now doing this with each individual hair that you add. Exactly, it would take ages. But with this, it just takes, you know, I guess, tens of days. Okay. Let's fill the gaps now. There you go. Oh. I accidentally moved my mouse while holding left click. There you go. Oh my god, again. Okay. I can probably fix that problem with brush steps, but I don't want to mess with that right now. Perfect. Look at that. And it is full. Or almost full. Hold on. I don't really see much. There you go. We need some more over here. Oh, see what happened? That's what happened before. You see they go through the skin right now, so let me adjust that right now. Just pretty simply, just pulling it up like this. Okay. Let's add more. Over here, maybe over here, we have some loose or some open spots still. There you go. Oh, that's interesting. There you go. Now if we enable children again, we can see we have a perfectly filled hair on the side now. So this side looks pretty good already. Of course we probably need to make them longer. Let's make them just a little bit longer maybe. Because we can see how long it, how long it goes. Okay, that's better. We need to adjust one of them because it goes through the skin. And then this side is already done. We can go to the next one. To the other side. And then to the ponytail. There you go. Okay, these ones are too far off, so I need to push them in again. If you want to select multiple vertices, you can do that by holding Control for the first one and then holding Shift Control to add more vertices to your selection. Okay, that's the first side. Let's do the other side. Or first of all, let's look at what we have right now. Oh. Wait. Why can you see through it? Wait, can you? No, that's just a shadow. Okay. You can see what kind of hair we have right now. Looks pretty good already. Can we change the... hold on, where's my world setting? Is it in here? No. Okay, I can't change the world. Oh, I can, hold on. There you go. Color... I guess greenish? There you go, that's better. Now we can actually see these individual hairs. There you go. Look at it. Look at it. We can see the back here. How they part ways in their own direction. Of course, we're all going to cover that with the next hair layer. But that looks pretty good. We could maybe cover it with some... Yeah, let's do that. Let's create some I guess, blend hair now. Shouldn't be a big deal. All we do is basically add some more inside here without, I guess, interpolate on. Just to blend these two parts of the hair a little bit better. So we do this and then we select them. First of all, I'm going to shrink them down. Oh, not grow them. There you go. This is still too long, so I'm going to make it even shorter. Okay. And then I'm just going to brush it down. so that it can blend the gap between where it goes down and where it goes up into the ponytail, the band, or whatever you want to call it. So now it gets kind of hard to adjust all of them at the same time, so I'm just going to do it individually. See, way easier than trying to move all of them at the same time. Now we can do probably these two together, because they're quite similar in their position. There you go. Now let's see if it blends better between the two. It already looks better over here. Maybe we need just a few more, but I think we're pretty good. We can cover this more with the structure here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Let's do the other side. Just checking everything's still in place. Yeah, that's okay. That is okay. This actually goes quite far out. What is that? Why would you do this? Why is it changing? No, it actually isn't. Is it this one? Is it? Yeah, it is. Partially, at least. But it's pretty close to... No, it's actually not. Okay. It can't go closer to the surface. Where's the setting where you can... Oh, there it is. Distance. I'll set that to 0.1. Now we can get closer to the surface. There you go. Aha. Okay. There you go. Perfect. There you go. Oh, hold on. We have to do a few adjustments here on the other side as well. Just push them closer to the skin. There you go. There you go. Perfect. Let's go back to object mode. Oh, hold on. No, we don't. Okay. This looks good. Yeah. We can add more structure later. Let's do the other side now. This side. Back to particle edit. And I think I want to go and sit back down because it just gets quite, you know, quite tiring. So I'll go back down. Hold on. Okay, let's continue. Let's get this over with, at least the first layer. I wonder if the first layer or the second, the second layer will take the longest. I'm not quite sure about that just yet. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, because we have disabled interpolation. Okay, hold on. There you go. Okay. Let's do the other side now. So of course, as always, we have to do the landmarks first. So we need to disable interpolation, otherwise it's just gonna get shaped by the closest, I guess, other parent particle. Save it first, there you go. Hair sculpt. Okay, we have, let's go to this edge first. Over here first. There we have one right here. Right here, just to kind of map out where we need to place them. There you go, let's place them first. They're quite long, let's make them shorter. Okay, looks good to me. Oh. Okay. Of course, maybe you find this relaxing. You know, pushing and brushing all these hairs. I find it rather tedious. But maybe that's something you like, you know, just trying to create the perfect hairstyle. I remember doing one of those, you know, a very, very complex hairstyle, which this one will probably be as well. And it took me literally ages. This one will probably this one will probably not take as long. But I'm still kind of, you know, I'm not worried necessarily, but kind of, I guess I'm thinking about how we could do the braids the best way possible. Just because the braids are very, very dense. Maybe we just shape them in the way that they are, but then we need a lot of, I guess, a lot of steps. Where, you know, yeah, a lot of steps on each individual hair. We'll see. Maybe we could do some tricks as well. We'll see. Is this even long enough? Actually, I think I need to make them longer. Even longer than what they actually are. Oh no, actually no. They're actually long enough. Perfect. Let's do this one. So the ones coming from the back of the neck basically, are the ones that are more on the outside of the hair style, or of the hair that goes, you know, back like this. And then the ones that kind of grow from here kind of fill the inside a little bit more. That's how I'm gonna set it up. Goal will be to finish this this side as well today, though we can do the ponytail tomorrow, and maybe even start the structure. There you go. Nice landmarks. Let's place them. They're too long, of course. There you go. I remember, I don't know why, but at some point, I remember, I think I was looking through, at some point I was playing with one of my mates, you know, I think I played Destiny with them, and we did something, you know, quite monotonous. We farmed something, I can't remember what it was, but the point was that I decided to put on some music, because I usually always listen to music when I play games. And I decided to listen to some nice SpongeBob music. I think I first was looking for some lo-fi SpongeBob music, but what I found was, you know, just the banjo soundtracks, all collected in a single album, I guess, which are actually quite enjoyable to listen to. They're quite calm, quite chill. So I listened to that, and then at some point I thought back to that, I guess, you know, moment, listening to that, and I remember every time, you know, there was SpongeBob running on the TV, I remember at the end of every episode, you would see the credits, or, I mean, at least, you know, a block of text, and you couldn't really see a single name. You couldn't even read a single name, just because it would run down so fast. It was just like sped up by like 1,000 or so. So every time like the ending of an episode came, it was like, oh well, okay, ending of the episode ended, and then fading to black, and then fading to this flower background where the credits roll, and zip, and done. That was always so weird to me. Like, why would you put the credits in there if you couldn't even read them? I just got reminded of that and kind of chuckled seeing that, or remembering it, because it was so stupid. I wonder if that's just some sort of, you know, not law necessarily, but maybe some sort of contract that they need to show the credits. But then they decided, well, let's just speed it up by 1,000,000 and then play it for 2 seconds. Show all the hundreds of, you know, artists and whatnot in, in 2 seconds. We also listened to some other soundtracks, like, what was it? What's the Nintendo game where you can build your own house, and with the villagers, and Animal Crossing New Leaf, the soundtrack was quite enjoyable as well, but it was, in my opinion, too calm. It was even calmer, or I guess quieter than lo-fi. So yeah, it was just too calm for me. I think you can really listen to it when you, I guess, try to fall asleep. Just want to have some, you know, doodling in the background. You can't really listen to it if you have some intense gaming sessions. And then we also listened to Zelda Breath of the Wild, which was pretty good as well. It is not too crazy, you know, it is not too intense, it is also not too calm. It is just like SpongeBob, right in the middle. Maybe even calmer than SpongeBob, but not too calm. That was the biggest problem with, what is it? Animal Crossing. Okay, now that we have the border part, we can go over to the inner part here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a circle and then I can fill the circle in the middle. That's the plan at least. There you go. Fill it up. Oh, hello, we have a problem again. Why would you do this? Oh, nope, we don't. Why are you still here? Why do we fight? Just to suffer? I can't remember what he says afterwards. I'm not I don't have too much meme knowledge. I'm just a regular meme enjoyer. That's one of the probably stupidest memes that came out like over the course of the last half a year. The one where you could, see this dude, I don't know, explaining some stuff or whatever super quickly, and then you have the other one, just this, the interpretation of a Chad in real life, in different, I guess, poses, and then you would have like what is it? I can't remember. It was like the standard meme. I can't tell you, dude. It's just too stupid. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. There it is. Okay, that's not the one that I mean, but it's similar. Oh, there it is. Oh. So, okay, hold on. So you have average fan versus average enjoyer fan. And then average can you feel my heart enjoyer. You see, and you have the literal chat. Such a stupid meme. Okay, let's get back to the topic. No more fun, okay? That was all the fun that you're gonna get today. Let's get this done. Okay, this one looks good. Does it? Hold on. I think I can push this further in. This one. Yeah. Oh, hello. There's another wall. Why would you do this to me? What have I ever... Why? Why can you not just go over there? I hate this. Oh, wait. I could probably just decrease the distance and then push it in, right? No, I can't. Oh my god, dude. Deflect... Oh, hold on. Deflect emitter. Zip. Easy. Hello. I could just tick and untick it. Oh, yeah. Whoa, why is it so laggy? Okay, there you go. That's the next one. We need a few more to fill, or to I guess, complete. No, we only probably need one, like over here. And then we can complete this side as well. Okay, now that we have the circle, let's bring back the children. We can see where we're still missing hair particles. Let's add them now. Oh, okay. Yeah, we still have some problems over here. So we have to adjust them individually. But that shouldn't be a big problem. Oh, why are you so short? There you go, that's better. Oh, where am I? Okay, now we can fill the gaps. Wait, did that actually work? Oh, wow. No, it didn't, right? I don't know. Well, maybe it did. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So now we have both sides. We could probably push some out some more. Yeah. We have some more room to play with here. So let's push some of these out. These two. There you go. There you go. That's better now. Perfect. So we have both sides. Now we just need some blend hairs and then we have both sides covered. Perfect. And then we can move on to the back, the ponytail. Once we have the ponytail, we can begin adding structure to the hair, which will probably take a little bit longer than adding these, you know, the cover hair. But that's where the hair really starts to develop and looks like an actual hairstyle. Okay, let's add that many first. Remove the children and put them in their place. And that's why I created the sculpt hair first. Not only to show how to sculpt hair like a hairstyle, but also to kind of, you know, have a good reference to how far off I need to place the hair, where or what the flow is supposed to look like, which direction the hair needs to go. It is just way faster and way easier to do that once you have a reference. Of course, it takes time to sculpt the reference, but you know, at least for me, it you know, wasn't for nothing, because I was able to kind of, you know, explain and show how you can sculpt hair, detailed hair, you know, detailed hairstyles, and kind of explain how hair is set up. So at least for me, it wasn't a waste of time, and I don't think it is wasted time to sculpt hair to use it as reference for your own particle hairstyles. I think it is always useful. There you go. There's one more. Okay, perfect. Let's go enable children for now. Let's see what it looks like. Looks pretty good. Look at that. Of course, we have the divide in the middle, but we don't really need to care about it that much, just because we don't see it in the end. Look at the hairstyle. You can see there's nothing visible in the end. What is this? Why are you so far out? You, sir, need to be reined in. Okay. Perfect. So now that we have these two sides, we have basically the volume for not only, you know, yeah, we basically have the volume for the top of the head and the sides. So now that we have that, we can add the back. And once we have the back, it already looks like kind of like a hairstyle, but not really, because, you know, there's a lot of hair missing. Which means, yeah, now we've basically established the main flow of the hair and filled up the volume of the hair. And then once we have the full volume filled, we can go ahead and add more more of a structure. We can, you know, break up the main flow a little bit, bring in some more structure, more individual hair strands to make it look more natural. So we can probably begin with the ponytail already. My plan is to do it in the middle here. Let me go back into particle edit mode. You can see all the particles spawn over here somewhere, so there's a lot of space from, or what I can do now is I can just go in here and create a small little circle. Hold on, let me actually do this with it enabled. Can I do that? No, not really. Hold on, up. Doesn't really work that well. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create a small circle where the hair will go through the bun. No, the you know, the band. And then it'll go down. I can spread it out, these landmark hairs, which will then help me create the full volume. So what I need to do first, I need to make it longer. Just, oh, that's shrinking. I need to decrease the strength a little bit. Okay, there you go. That's too long. There you go. Now I'm gonna put it into shape like this. First, you know, just pointing it down, and then I can spread them out. First of all, I'm gonna use this one, the one from the top of the circle, pull it up like this, and out. This one will be the one on the outside. There you go. So do we see the children through there? No, actually not. Oh, perfect. Now I can do the one on the inside. This one can probably be a little bit shorter, or we can add one more particle in between here. Subdivide. There you go. This one can actually be a little bit shorter. Oh, that's longer. Oh, that's too long, too short. There you go. Okay. Yeah, basically defining the volume of the hair now with these hair strands, these 4. Then I can fill the gaps as always. There you go, perfect. Let's do the outside hairs now. These ones here. Do I need another? I don't think so. If I pull this to the side, that should be good. Yeah, that should be good. There you go. That's the right side. Let's do the left side now. This one. Make sure that it doesn't penetrate the band in the middle, just because it's supposed to be, you know, bound together there. There you go. Okay, now that we have that, we can actually, first of all, I'm going to look at it just to kind of show you what I've done now. Let's go and remove the hair sculpt. You can see we've created this nice cage, I guess, of 4 hair particles, which you can hopefully now use to kind of interpolate more into. Let's see. So if I enable children, you can see it better. There you go. That's the cage. Let's see how well this works now. I'm gonna save this right there. Now let's add some more children. Some hair particles. So if I add one right there, what happens? Oh, okay. Oh, we have to enable interpolation. See, that is exactly what I wanted. Perfect. Or almost perfect. Is it perfect? Oh my god, that is awesome. Almost perfect. So now we can just detail this cage more and more and more to make it to optimize it. Nothing goes through. There you go. Okay, let's add another one on the other side. Right over here. Look at that. Oh, this one's quite deep. We definitely have to adjust this one. Yeah, but now we can kind of, you know, more and more fill the gaps and kind of define the cage a little bit more. And then we can just go into the inside region, add more hairs there as well. That looks quite good to me. Excuse me. Okay. We need some more down there as well, you know, at the bottom, or on the inside rather. Hold on. There you go. Gets quite, you know, annoying to see which one's where. There it is. That is the biggest problem, I guess, of making, you know, creating these huge hairstyles or very, very complex hairstyles. You just have so much volume of hair that it can get quite, you know, you can lose the hair you want to work on quite easily. I actually want to try something once this is done. Or once we have the basic cage here. Okay, let's do the other side. I can actually just, you know, mark them, I guess, and then place another one between the two. Right in between there. There you go. We just we just defined the cage just a little bit more. We probably have to push it out more though. Over here. There you go. Okay. So now that we have that, let's remove the hairstyle, the sculpt, and we have a more, you know, refined cage. What we can do now is we can just go in here and add more hairs. What we can do probably is just select the whole cage. Oh, select the whole cage, so we can see where it is. Oh, we forgot one of them. Let's add more. There you go. What does the cage look like now? Looks pretty good to me. Look at that. Easy. Nice and spread out. Is it, yeah, that's pretty good. I like it. Can we spread it out even more? Probably. especially over here. It still needs some more volume, you can see. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and try something. Let's save it right now. So what I want to try is what happens if I now switch from simple to interpolated children? Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay. Well, I just wanted to see what happened. Didn't really expect, you know, anything special. Welcome, MK. Thank you. Today, yeah, we've basically set up the main layout. What we basically do here, or what we do with this model, is we recreate this sculpt. Hold on. This sculpt with particle hair. So this here we sculpted before on Thursday, going over, you know, the structure of the hair and how you construct complex hair, how you sculpt it. So now this week today we started converting it into particle hair. We started with the first layer, the fill layer, basically, to just cover up, you know, the skin. You can't really see through the hair to give it some volume. And then tomorrow we'll probably start with, or we're gonna finish the volume, level, and then we're gonna go into level 2, which means we're gonna give it this actual structure that you can see here, this flow. That's what we're gonna do tomorrow. And then, yeah, we'll see how long that's gonna take, and then we can go into, you know, a few more detailed stuff. And also we can have to figure out how we can create these braids. The braids are still, I guess, kind of hard, just because they're so dense that we can have to figure out how we can create those very reliably. But that shouldn't be a big problem. Okay. So now that we have the cage right here, we can fill the cage way easier by just using the good old particle edit interpolation. We tick interpolation, and because we have determined, or we have kind of shaped this cage of hair, if you want to put more stuff inside, we just, you know, add more hair on the inside. Oh, welcome. Oh no, that's a long name. Hold on. Why are they always so long? I actually got spooked by that sound because it was so loud. So chill right now. The Rambler Show. If you're here, welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy it so far. If not, then thanks for subscribing anyway. Hope you'll continue your stay here, or your subscription. Okay. Now we've added some more, you know, just a little bit more volume on the inside, but we probably need way more, so we need to add way more children in here. What I'll do is I'll just select all of them that we have right now, like this, and then we can actually see the cage. There you go. We can also see the gaps that are still there, like over here. Oh, thanks. Oh, you're in a passive watcher. Not to say that it's bad. I am somebody, you know, passive watcher as well. But you know, that's yeah, nice that you're here. Welcome, MK, as well. Yeah, so there's actually, I don't know how long you've been here, but there's actually a function that I did discover today while I was looking through the Blender manual. First of all, MK, welcome. Hope you'll enjoy your stay here. And yeah, thanks for subscribing. There's a single function that will make your whole hair modeling process 10 times as fast. So what I've done before is basically I've, if you would use this, I would basically add individual hairs, more and more individual hairs to create this hairstyle that we have right now. The problem is, you mean in the beginning? You mean when I started learning Blender, or for this piece, the donut? So what I've done before for my last piece is I've just added, more and more particles to shape them. I select them and then I can put them into the shape that they need to be, like this, zip. The problem is that I have, you can already see how many hair particles I have right now. Hold on, come please. Okay, there you go. So we have I don't even know how many there are. Can I see that? It's selected? No. Okay. But you can see how many there are. I would have to do that for every single one of these hair particles, just because every time you add one of those, they're always going to be straight. But then I discovered you can tick this box in the add tool that says interpolate. So if you already have hair added to the scene, the new hair that you add to the scene, the new hair particles, will follow a certain or a similar flow to the one that is already added. So you can see how I did it with the ponytail. I started Blender 2 years ago, in I think late January. So now probably almost two and a half years ago. So what I've done here, you've probably seen it, but first of all, I've done the outside circle, or I've done the outer volume of the hair. And then I basically just can go in here and use the interpolate option and add more hair in here without having to shape them. I can just fill in more gaps to fill this hairstyle more and more and more without having to really do anything. It just falls into place. See? It is, so easy now. It saves so much time. If you could see every single hair strand would be a minute of adjusting, maybe half a minute. You can see how much time that saves over the whole, course of, modeling this. Okay. Let's see how much hair we have now. Yeah. I mean, do you have any specific problems? Of course, you can always ask me if you have any that you can't really Google. Sometimes I know that problem, you try to figure out a problem, but you can't really figure it out because you don't really know what to Google. You have this specific, very, very specific problem, and you sometimes it works to just, I guess, to just Google you just type into Google what the exact description what you're looking for, but sometimes it doesn't really work. So if you have one of those problems, you can always ask me. There are always these very, very small details that can get lost when you just work on a project or learn Blender, because Blender is so deep. Okay, see, now we have way more detail. We probably need just a few more, especially over here. And then that should be good enough. Of course, we can still always add more if we need more. So let's add just a few more. And then we have the base layer. Then tomorrow we'll go into... okay, yeah. We can go into defining the structure a little bit better. Right now we just have, every single hair, especially on top of here, it just goes back. Tomorrow we're going to introduce the structure that we see right here. That's going to be layer 2 of the hair. We have hair 1 right now, and then tomorrow's going to be hair 2. This will be, thinner strands that can define the structure on top of the hair a little bit better and give it more depth. Yeah. I remember I actually wanted to learn Blender before I actually started learning Blender. Probably half a year before that. And I just decided, you know, I did the same with Photoshop. When I learned Photoshop, I just basically went into a, I guess, advanced tutorial and just did that, just followed the steps, because Photoshop is quite intuitive in how it works, which is quite the opposite for Blender, especially if you've never used 3D programs. So I tried to model a lightsaber right from the beginning, which of course didn't really work. So I failed miserably and never touched it again after like or until I've, you know, revisited it probably like a year later or so. Yeah, I'm happy that at least I can help somebody with this. I always, you know, I could also just, you know, sit here and I guess model away, but I like to, you know, at least make it more valuable by, I guess, explaining my workflow. So it always is, you know, kind of, I guess, reassuring to know that it helped at least one person. There you go. Okay. I think we now have enough volume for this. Maybe some more over here. There you go. Okay. That should be enough. Yeah, the donut tutorial is probably the best one to really start. Just because it introduces you, especially the second version, introduces you into basically almost everything that Blender has to offer, or at least the parts that you need to kind of know in the beginning. Not only, you know, moving and transforming an object, but also stuff like, I think, even particle simulations, which is pretty cool. So yeah, donut tutorial is probably is a very good tutorial to start. Okay, now we have that. We definitely miss some volume on the back here, which we could either add through pushing this part a little bit closer to the neck. There you go. Probably that's probably the easiest way to do it. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna select this with circle select, and then I'm just gonna push it more over here. There you go. Yeah, you know, this technique, I said it multiple times now, but this technique of modeling or using particle hair is so, or this setting is so much easier now, or it makes the whole modeling or modeling process with particle hair so much easier. I said before, it's so tedious to work with these hairs, but this makes it so much easier. I also explained a simple way to create stylized hair without curves. So if you're interested in that as well, I don't know, you know, you said you wanted to look at this, but if you know, sometimes I use stylized hair if I don't want to work with, you know, what is it, hair particle simulations. If you're more interested in, or if you're interested in that as well, I actually published a video on my videos channel that you can see in the description about how easy it is to set up this hair setup. Yeah, this is similar, you know, the setting that I discovered, the particle hair, what is it, interpolate setting is actually close to as exciting as the new, I guess, stylized hair creation system that I've kind of developed, because it makes everything so much more intuitive and easier. Yeah, small is definitely easier. So we've done a similar hair or a similar character 2 weeks ago. I can probably pull it up real quick. Where I also used particle here, but for a, you know, male character with short hair, which is definitely way easier because you don't have to kind of shape it just as much as you need to with, you know, long hair. There you go. Hold on, where can I place it? There you go. Look at this. Look at him. So you can see the hair. This is of course way easier than trying to do this, and it's way faster. I think I did this in 2 days. This one I probably, or I guess 6 hours. This one I probably need maybe 2 to 3 days just to fully finish it. So yeah, short hair is definitely easier, but both have kind of their difficulties. What you can actually do for the side part is you can use, if you have like this short hair that gets, you know, shorter the more you go down, you can first of all use, hold on, where are the settings? You can go down here into vertex groups and you have the length option. Then you can use vertex groups to create a mask and kind of creating a gradient from the middle, right from here to down here, so that the hair is longer up here than it is here. And then you can just use interpolated hair particles. Hold on, I can show you what I mean. So let's add a new one here. There you go. Make it shorter. And then if you want to use, of course, a vertex group, you can do that. Let's do that right now. Let's add a new vertex group, call it length. And then you can go into weight paint, which is basically the mode where you can adjust the vertex group weight. Then if I have this, if I use the draw tool, no, add tool actually, right? Yeah, we can create a nice gradient. You can do that, either do that by painting in here first, and then going into weights smooth, and then pressing, once you've done it once, you can press Shift R to repeat the same action over and over and over again to smooth it out. Or what you can also do is you can just, you know, brush in here. I want to try something. So we can go to the fall off to make it, you know, fully flat so that there's no gradient. Let me do that real quick. Can I go in here? Oh, with Alt Z you have a better view on your weights. There you go. So this will, everything that is red will be hair. There will be hair spawning out of the red zone, and blue will be no hair, basically a mask. If you've ever used Blender. Yeah. Shift R can actually be quite useful if you have to do the same option, you know, action over and over and over again. So now that we have the mask, let's smooth it. The problem is this line will blend, so it'll go up and down, but that's not too bad for this example. There you go, smooth, smooth, smooth. That's actually very useful for rigging as well. That's actually where I learned this. Smoothing it with Shift R. You can probably hear my keyboard right now. Okay. You can also increase the, oh, hold on. Okay, I don't want to go back. But you can also, when you do this, if you want to increase, I guess, the speed at which it smooths, you can go into this small little subsection here, or these settings, and increase the factor to 1. Maybe even the iteration to 10. This way it just, I guess, smoothes more aggressively. You can see how much faster it is now. Okay, now that we have the gradient, we can go back to object mode, and we can go into the particle settings. We go into vertex groups and we add length, and you can see what happens. At the bottom we had blue, which means nothing. At the top we had red, which means full. And we have the gradient in the middle, which means the gradient, you know, there's a nice gradient from very long, maximum length, to minimum length. That's the first step that I've used for this part of the hair. And then to actually, I guess, you know, point them down, because they're, you know, supposed to fall down the hair. What you can try is you can actually, no, hold on. How did I do this? I used interpolated children. There you go. And then I used hair dynamics. Quality steps looks good. I need a horizontal new window, which is the timeline. And then if you, I'm gonna save it before I crash everything. Let's set it to 100. Okay. Okay, now let's set it to 250. So now that we have this, okay, hold on. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do it. Let's play it. And that's how I did the the side hair. The problem is you have to make sure that that you don't want to adjust the hair later. So you cannot go into particle edit mode and adjust the dynamics that have been, you know, created. So you cannot go and play this. Oh, this is quite laggy. There you go. There you go. You cannot go and adjust this shape now by going into particle edit mode. This doesn't work. So just make sure that, you know, you don't have to do that. Yeah, hair. I've only really used hair dynamics first for to create a leaf wall, and then to create, you know, this hair on the side. It works quite well in specific areas, especially with interpolated children. I haven't really used hair dynamics or haven't really done hair simulations that much. It is kind of hard to, or at least from what I've kind of tried, it's kind of hard to really get a good result. So I just, you know, do everything myself usually. Yeah, I think it is better for, hold on, can you even animate? Can you rig hair particles? I wonder if that works. Hold on. Blender rigging hair particles. Oh, it actually works. Does it? Yeah, it does. Oh, that's cool. So you don't even have to simulate it. Oh, that's cool. Perfect. Or at least from what I've gathered from all the thumbnails and all that. So yeah. Then yeah, simulations, I don't know. I haven't really, I guess they're very good for fur, just because you can't really, you know, animate the fur properly with a rig. So that's probably a good example on where you could use it. You can also create a nice Super Saiyan hairstyle by using hair simulations. Hold on. So that's what I've tried once. Good, using a good old, what is it? Wind force. Quite laggy. There you go. Let's decrease the size. There you go. Oh, what is this? Oh no. Hopefully. Okay, hold on. That's bad. Okay, maybe we shouldn't do this. But I tried to put a force at the bottom and then just push them all up. So we have a nice Super Saiyan, you know, hairstyle. Okay. Yeah, but now we have established the main volume here. What we're going to do tomorrow is we're going to create the structure. We're going to create thinner hair than this one and make them more, I guess, you know, that are, you know, kind of hair that is closer together to create a nice structure, which we will use to cover the main flow that we've established with this hair, to create the main part of the hair. The last part will be either, yeah, we kind of have to figure out how we can create these braids, and then also we'll create some, I guess, more detailed hair that kind of just flies around the main hair. Some, you know, stray hairs like this. That's the last part, but that shouldn't take too long. So yeah, I don't think we can finish the structure here tomorrow, but we'll see how far we can get. Okay. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed. Hopefully you learned something. Thank you for joining. Thank you for chatting or just being here. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah. Tomorrow, same time, 6:50 p.m. UTC, roughly. Probably 7 minutes later as always. But oh, let's look at the final result. There you go. Yeah, we still need. No, that's just the volume, so it doesn't really look like a good hairstyle. But yeah. Hope you learned something, and hope you enjoyed the stream. Yeah, take care, and yeah, basically, hope you enjoyed the rest of your day, and take care.